Parliament. Members, Mr. Speaker.
And granted the mayor as your presence, Twitter and consider all matter that shall come at their deliberation is so just and fully merit promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. We have just interrupted reflection of love from Kitgum to Kitgum. Mama Mavira congratulating our sister, the Honorable Lady Annabelle. Honorable, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. And your colleagues, those who are not yet sworn in as ex-officials, we shall be doing it tomorrow so that they can join us here in the house. And I hope you, the new breed, you know the issue we've been grappling with, ministers attending parliament. I hope you will do better because you are among the people complaining. So now it's your opportunity to come. But I really have a lot of trust in you. And I hope working together we shall do more for this country. Honorable colleagues, I also want to take this opportunity to welcome you from the Easter weekend. I hope you had a wonderful Easter. Those who could manage, move to your constituencies. But most important, it must have been a good time with the family. Sharing a lot, feasting together and all that. So it's, I'm really glad to see that you are able to be back here and conduct the national business, because months of April and May are very, very critical. Those are very crucial for our budgeting process. I always expect members to be here. On a very sad note, honorable colleagues, on Sunday, we lost a gallant son of Uganda, Brigadier General Stephen Chigundu, who fell in a bathroom at his residence. Brigadier Chigundu has been serving as the Deputy Commander of the Uganda Air Force, one of the most highly trained officers we've been having in that sector, just at around 44 years, I think. But what he had achieved was tremendous. I read through the trainings he had managed to go through, and each and everywhere he could go, he would excel as the best. You know, the hand of death just took him at a very prime time. Because when I was reading the analysis, they said he was appointed to that position after numerous accidents and incidences in the Air Force wing. So he was brought in to bring in his expertise. And unfortunately, he has died at a very, very young age. We condole with the family, we condole with His Excellency the President, we condole with the UPDF fraternity and all Ugandans. I request that we observe a minute of silence.
May the soul of the departed general rest in eternal peace.
It wasn't a weekend of only bad news, because we also got some good news whereby our very own Jacob Kiprimo won a gold medal in the men's 10-kilometer race at the World Cross Country Championship in Belgrade, Serbia. He did us proud, raised our flag. Congratulations, Kiprimo. And since we are in the budgeting process, I hope we shall be looking at the budget with the sports sector tremendously. Because in other countries, you see, the prime time you get from these sports people, if you are to convert them into money for advertisement, I can tell you, you really can't. I always, when we are in international activities, the Deputy Speaker of Kenya says, from Wasini Gishu, the birthplace of champions. And he talks about a few champions who came from there. When you talk of our own Joshua Cheptegei, talk of Kiprimo, everyone stands up, you know? So the prime time that we do get from people like Kono Bachon, when they go and shine across the world, you can't equate it. Yeah? You really can't equate it, honestly. So I hope we shall deeply look at the sports sector and see how best we can support it. I want to remind chairpersons of sectoral committees and members, finalize your reports so that we can adhere to the timelines for the budgeting process as provided for under the PFMA and our rules of procedure. We must, according to our rules, we must finish considering all these ministerial policy statement reports by 20th of April. So this is the focus where I'm going to put it. I hope some would be ready tomorrow so that we can have adequate debate. Otherwise, if we don't finish them early, then it will be, we shall be rushing instead of having time for adequate debate. So committee chairpersons, you've analyzed enough, you've engaged stakeholders. We need these reports so that they are referred to the budget committee. We finish the budgeting process on time. Honorable colleagues, today morning, I joined the Right Honorable Speaker who led the delegation to Range Mengo to number one, pay courtesy call on the Katichiro and the officials at Mengo, but most importantly, to express our support for the Kabaka's birthday run. The group of MPs was led by our very own chairman, Uganda Caucus, the Honorable Chivumbi. On top of Parliament giving its contribution, the caucus and the NRM caucus also made their contributions, the NRM caucus in Uganda. And we were also blessed to have the government chief whip and our new minister, the firebrand, Honorable Lilian Abel, joining us, and commissioners. So it was really rewarding in terms of the engagement we had, some of it behind closed doors, but all of it aimed at seeing how best we can leverage on all these efforts to serve our country, especially tackling very critical social issues. So I encourage each one and every one of you. The Uganda caucus has bought for each member of parliament a kit. Okay? So there's no reason for you not to run. If you don't go to run, please refund that money so that we can take it to Mengo. If you can't run, contribute in another way. Otherwise, we have your kit, it will be there. So we need all of us to go in to run, and we shall be reporting at 6 a.m. on Sunday at Brange. From where? Yes, at the Paris. Honorable Chivumbi will help me on that. I'll give you a chance. Help me on that, Honorable Chivumbi, to give more details about the run.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, cabinet ministers that accompanied the Speaker by none other than the Chief Whip and the newly Honorable Minister Bill and others, honorable colleagues. I want to express on behalf of the Uganda Parliamentary Caucus our big thanks for the contribution that you've made today for this occasion. Small endeavors of those nature go a long way towards consolidating our national unity and in nourishing and growing our mother country, Uganda. Sometimes hard stuff don't speak much, but once I saw every single one, every single region represented in Mengo, then I think as a country, that is the right direction. And I think we are moving towards achieving the very noble goals of the formation of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, as you've said, we don't take it for granted. We are humbled by the contribution of the Speaker and the honorable members. The run will start at 6. For every single member of parliament at 229. 500.
Yeah.
And 29. We've bought for each of you a running kit. It's a courtesy of the contributions that members of the Uganda Parliamentary Caucus contribute every month. We contribute a small money, 50,000, but it's well kept. And for endeavors of this nature, we go to our account and we're able to meet them. I implore other caucuses to also follow suit. It helps in running a small fund that helps you have a go at those tasks. I think I will liaise with Parliament to see if you can organize common transport, a bus to take us to Lubiri. The run will be flagged off by His Majesty, the King of Uganda, Ronald Muwenda Mutebi II. So we expect and appeal to all of you to turn up. The Speaker, the Deputy Speaker was challenging, you are challenging the Katikiro. He's going to challenge the Katikiro to see who will go the wrong way. So we hope we will be there in solidarity. The theme is for us to combat HIV, and the resources realized are going towards supporting the HIV cause and to ensure that our motherland, come the year 2030, we don't have any single Ugandan suffering from HIV. We hope and pray that we shall have a peaceful day, and we welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of petitioners composed of clan leaders, elders, councillors, teachers, and constituents from Agago North County, Agago District. They are represented by Honorable Okot John Amos and Honorable Akero Beatrice Sakoli. They've come to listen to the presentation of their petition on customary land matters in Agago North County. Please join me in welcoming them. Honorable colleagues, later on I'll be amending the petition from the people of Agago, which I will give Honorable Okot Amos at the right time, a few minutes to present. Yes, Honorable Siranyi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when the Speaker gives a directive in this House, it is good to always be respected. The Right Honorable Speaker directed the Minister of Finance to avail money for seeds for members of Parliament before the rainy season, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, members have been waiting for these seeds. The rains have now started, and up to now, Minister of Finance has not done anything has not supported the Minister of Agriculture and NADS to provide members with the seats. Yet it was on this floor of Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I request you to ask the Minister of Finance to fast track and conclude this process, because we are into the planting season and then farmers cannot wait anymore. That is the procedural matter, Right Honourable Speaker, that I wanted to raise.
Thank you. Honorable Siranyi, this is an issue which we shall indeed discuss with the minister to see whether he's facing any difficulties or whether he's in the process of working on this issue, okay? And then we shall be updating the members. In my communication, let me first pick Honorable Mara, and then Honorable Diek, then I'll pick.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the largest bank in Uganda with the biggest balance sheet and market capitalization has recently had a change in its leadership. The former managing director, Ann Juko, has been assigned a regional role. The information from Bank of Uganda indicates that the nominee to succeed Ann Juko has been rejected on account of him being from outside the country. Right Honourable Speaker, I've been in the banking industry for the last 26 years. What I know is that Uganda has made tremendous progress in human capital development, and the banking sector has not been an exception. We have had many managing directors who are Ugandans. The first one was Patrick Muhire, and then Ann Juko. I think where we have reached, Right Honourable Speaker, on matters of financial stability, because this bank plays a critical role in the financial sector on a daily basis. I would like, Right Honourable Speaker, to say that normally, the practice that is normally exercised is that foreign nationals are normally recruited as long as there are no capable nationals in that particular country. I would want to submit that the Standard Bank and Stanbic might not have explored opportunities for Ugandans who are capable of running that bank. I believe they are there. Therefore, my request, Right Honourable Speaker, is for this House to associate ourselves with the position of the Central Bank, that the Standard Bank Group and Stanbic Uganda's board should explore opportunities for Uganda human resources to run Stanbic Bank Uganda. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Mara, I think that's a very critical point you are touching, and expressing solidarity is very okay. The problem is if we are to direct, okay? Stanbic Bank was in the hands of a Ugandan, Mr. Mwehire. It performed very well. They brought in a female Ugandan young lady, also performed exceedingly well. Now, the question of bringing a non-Ugandan to a bank which we entrusted with our, our biggest assets and keeps most of our money, you would ask yourself why. If Ugandans were performing badly, you would have an issue, because I understand each and every bank submits a succession plan to the central bank originally. There is succession planning. There is no Ugandan, there is no foreigner who can go to Kenya and become an MD of a bank. None. In South Africa, where Stanbic is coming from, there is no foreigner who can be an MD of a bank in South Africa. Why Uganda? So, and they say they have many Ugandans at a regional level. Yes, we need MDs. So, really, to me, I want to support the central bank for rejecting a non-Ugandan who was nominated, Because, you know, these are issues, you know, when the bank performs well, now they want to take it back themselves. This is our largest bank. If anyone has confidence in us, let them have a Ugandan. And we have them who are capable. Otherwise, out of the succession plan which they have been submitting to the central bank, why were they saying we have so and so and so and so? Then at the end of the day, you bring someone from another country. Oh, they can swap. They get a Ugandan, appoint a Ugandan, an MD in another country. Hey, let them give us a swap. Let a Ugandan be an MD of a bank in another country. Then they come here. Okay? But these are their issues. But some of us, we are supporting the central bank strongly. It was right to reject foreigners, a foreigner to come and be. And if they want to work with us as government as what, we should be strong. By the way, Honorable Minister of Public Service, you know, in Uganda, we don't fight for our people, seriously. I want to express it seriously here. I was somewhere, some people who are in the UN in Rome, they told me other countries are going to the UN headquarters at FAO to demand their share. Uganda should have this road, Kenya should have this road. They demand. And they said for them who are there, they took themselves. So when I'm there, I don't even feel my government is helping me compared to how other governments are helping their people. I think it's high time we stood up. You saw at Eyara, the Right Honorable Kabaka stood her ground. And she said, no, it was a time for Uganda to have these positions. They had to cancel the whole process, and Uganda got them. So once we demand, we get our share. So we congratulate you on rejecting non-Ugandans. And you better also congratulate us for congratulating you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I quite agree with you. We have not been so aggressive as a country, but also in terms of employment and so on, really we would go to a foreigner if there is no local person, if there is no local expertise. But once the local expertise is there, there's virtually no need to go for a foreigner. And that has been the way really these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know, leave around the minister, the position of government has been clear. They rejected the one who was nominated. So here we are, as parliament, we're expressing solidarity with the decision of government on this matter. I'd allowed Honorable Judith Sadiet.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you talked about the talents that need to be identified in sports. Right Honorable Speaker, recently when we had a game between Lango Province and Busoga Province, I saw the talents because I've been attending these games like in Lango, but had not come to
which games?
the FOFA.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, FOFA drum. Right Honorable, it was a nice one because I want to bring this experience to this house. FOFA drum. Yes, it is FOFA drum for football. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I saw that really we need to identify talents when we have young children outside there, young people. There are people who have dropped out of school, but they can play very well. And there are children who are in the local games in our districts, like in Kole, we have local sports, but we have really talents in such local games. So my mind went ahead to think that maybe we can still, Ministry of Education and Sports can still go ahead to identify talents in the local, real local, not only in schools, because we have primary schools, we have secondary schools, and we have tertiary institutions. Now, the talents should not only be identified in such areas, but locally, it is very important because among the teams, we saw even people who had dropped out of school, but they were doing very well. And also some of our players, like for Lao province, 4 of them had been sent for international games, and they were doing very well. That is one thing that really Minister of Education and Sports should think about. I'm bringing it forward, that we should go ahead to identify talents in the children as young as they are. Right, Honorable
Thank you.
Speaker.
Honorable
And,
colleagues, we shall be discussing the Ministry of Police statement.
yes, right, Honorable.
Report from the sector. So we shall, I see
And-
many want to contribute. But we
And
shall
right,
have
Honorable,
time at that.
I thought you were also going to thank us for taking the trophy to.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Congratulations, Honorable Judith.
Thank you, Right,
I
Honorable.
had allowed Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join you in congratulating Jacob Kiplimo, who has won a second consecutive World Athletics title. As you have mentioned, we will discuss in detail during the ministerial policy statements and all. But I thought I should throw this in at this moment that we are congratulating him. Honorable Speaker, we need, as Parliament, as government, and as a country, to take sports a lot more seriously. Sometimes we think it's just a leisure activity, but it is serious stuff. And that's why whenever athletes go out there and shine, we are excited because our country is in the news for the right reasons, for good reasons. Many times there's headlines flashing out there for not so good reasons. So it's important that we begin to prioritize it. Right, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament here every so often organize tournaments of their own, Easter, Eid, and so on. I'm one of those, as well providing a platform. But it's because of the challenges that we do grapple with. Football pitches continuously keep being sold for shopping malls because we don't think sports is important. Promises are made to these athletes whenever they come back after they have won, and these promises don't get to be kept. Some are personal promises to the individuals, some are promises to the sector, and they don't get to be fulfilled. When these athletes are preparing to go for these competitions, we don't even know because we don't give them attention. They struggle. There's a time, some years back, Ugandans were collecting money to buy sports shoes for these athletes. And yet when they return, we are excited. So let's not remember them only when they have won. Let's join efforts with them as a government when they're struggling. And at this point, I'll talk about Teriet High Altitude Training Center. Towards the end of last year, in this house, the Minister of Sports was asked for an update, the Honorable Peter Ogwang, and he stood on this microphone. And he told the country that it was at 97% completion. A month ago, on 27th February, the same minister went to inspect, and he was very angry and disappointed at what he saw, that even went onto social media to vent his frustration. Most people were saying, now, you minister, you're complaining on social media, how about the rest of us? He was angry because he found there was very slow progress, things were not moving as he had given a report here. In fact, he was saying some of these people should be arrested. I don't know how far he has gone with that. Can we get a lot more serious about these issues? And hopefully another report will come soon that is a lot more realistic. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, again, there's been a promise of the Akibua Stadium. We want to keep following through on this one. When we went to bury the late Imad Cecilia Ogwal, I attended the burial, and almost every speaker, the local leaders, the folks there were saying, at least in memory of Imad, can we deal with this promise? We want to remind government, in recognition of these athletes that we are celebrating today, can we construct Akibua Stadium and have it completed pretty soon? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip, you want to say something about this?
Right Honorable Speaker, the support to the sports subsector has been incremental. We all recall at the time of COVID-19, the budget of sports came down from 25 billion to 17 billion. Then the 40% budget cut brought it further to 10 billion. But this parliament is equal alive to the fact that in the last 1 or 2 financial years, the budget of sports has increased to 47 billion Uganda shillings. There is no team that has participated recently in any international sports event not funded fully by government of Uganda through the budget support appropriated by this parliament, including the team where Kiplimo won. On the question of Teriet, as government, we are told that phase 1 of Teriet High Altitude Training Center will be commissioned in the year 2024 before it ends. On the question of Akibwa, we are all aware that in addition to the commitment we made for hosting jointly the Africa Cup of Nations in 2027, government of Uganda made a commitment to construct 2 new stadia in addition to Mandela National Stadium, which is currently being renovated. Akibwa, government has already zeroed on a contractor from Egypt. And the stadium to be constructed in Oima, government has zeroed on a contractor from Turkey. Both of them, the Minister of Finance has been directed through cabinet to ensure that the necessary requirements, including the question of funding it through pre-financing, be finalized. So, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, that is the brief I can give. As government, we are on the right trajectory supported by this parliament. And I know the issue of Akibwa and the stadium in Oima will be before this parliament when we are considering the budget for the next financial year through pre-financing. I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy both government and the opposition side are all committed to ensuring that we continue supporting the sector. So it's very, very important that us as parliament, we also continue supporting this very important sector, especially the sports tourism. The potential for sports tourism we have in this country is really, really huge. Matters of national importance, Honorable Patrick Nyanzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my matter is in regard to delivery of health services in Chankwanzi district. Mr. Speaker, allow me start from a positive note by thanking government. Last year, Butemba sub-county was blessed with the health center 3 at Chikom. That was around August. Thank you so much, Minister of Health. As I speak now, this facility is not operational because it lacks drugs and the essential medical supplies and equipments. Relatedly, we do have sub-counties like Vierima, Chigando, and Ivananywa. They have the target 20,000 population for Health Center 3, but they do not have the Health Center 3s. And also, Mr. Speaker, the famous Chankwanzi district does not have a district hospital. My prayers, Right Honorable. One, that government operationalizes Chikoma Health Center 3, which is already done. Then 2, Right Honorable, that government considers these sub-counties without health center 3s and also the district for a district hospital. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. How can a famous district have no hospital? And what are you doing about it? I'm not seeing any minister from health sector. So
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for raising those issues. But Right Honorable Speaker, before I go to that, we have prayed for the souls of our departed loved ones. But I want to inform this House that General Muhoozi, our Minister of State for Internal Affairs, has lost the mother. So your Right Honorable, it will be upon you either to tell the House also to pray.
Colleagues, let's observe a minute of silence.
May the soul of the deceased mother rest in eternal peace.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about the Health Center 3, which has been completed, I want to congratulate my brother for that milestone of having a Health Center 3, which is now complete. But what we are not aware of, whether that Health Center 3 has been commissioned, we need to get information from the Ministry of Health. So we are going to put all that information together with all these sub-counties that are lacking Health Center 3s and the district hospital, so that we get information from them, and then we shall come back here and inform the House, or we can liaise with the Member of Parliament to inform him of what is being done. Thank you.
Sure, let's operationalize this health center which we've already put up. Honorable Kasoro. Honorable Nyanza, please follow up with the Right Honorable. We'll arrange for you with the Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on a matter of national importance. On 16th of March 2024, in one village or in one sub-county of Kameruka, unidentified people went and burnt 6 houses in different homes, leaving those people with no houses and all buildings and everything destroyed. It did not end there. The following day of the 17th, the very unidentified people went to another village and burnt 6 houses from different houses for a motive which is not yet identified. But Right Honorable Speaker, prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, it is raining too much that side of the country. Those people, since their houses were burnt with all the utensils, there is a problem that they need to be assisted. Now, I request for the new Minister of Disaster take all the necessary precautions to make sure that that side of the country requires her attention immediately to usher her into the office. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Lilian Abe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to thank members for your prayers. And since it's my maiden speech as a newly appointed minister, I would like to note that. Thank you so much. Honorable Kasolo, I would request you to put that in writing and of course attach a report from the district, and it will be brought to my office. Then we will see how to handle the situation.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Azza. You know, when Honorable Abe was appointed, the call I gave her was, "You've been disturbing the Minister for Disaster." I said, "Now you're coming to the firing line." And so far, she's doing well. Honorable,
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulations, Honorable Aber. I rise on a matter of national importance, and the issue is related to population census, which is due to take place from 10th to 19th of May. And insecurity along the common border with the Sudan, stretching from Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo, Adjumani, as well as Lamo. Mr. Speaker, currently, as I talk now, there are conflicts and quarrels related to boundary, related to land, to settlement, social services, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, if you can remember, in the year 2014, there were conflicts when officials from Moyo went to carry out census along the border, and where 9 members of parliament were arrested and detained. And so my prayers are as follows, Mr. Speaker. We need peace and security along the border during the census period. That's very important. Secondly, patrols by the army and the police during that period so that we do not get that incident of 2014, where I was also a victim. I was tied up and arrested and bundled, and I felt belittled. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, setting up of army detach for peace and security, and then in the long run, demarcating the border line between Uganda and South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Honorable Huda, Minister of State for Defense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Zah, for raising that issue. By end of this month, the government of Uganda is having a meeting with the government of South Sudan, and the Minister for Foreign Affairs has already communicated, and we're going to have the meeting probably in Igwere sub-county, that is in Moyo district. For the issue of security, I think you're on ground. You know that the situation is calm now. We have those barracks both in Yumbe and in Moyo. Therefore, the issues of security is settled for now. That's why during the NRM registration, this time you didn't get any conflict and people registered peacefully.
Thank you. Next item. Colleagues, I had told you that I'll amend the order paper to accommodate a petition.
Petition on behalf of the community members of Lapono and Lilakato sub-counties in Agagonos constituency, Agagonos County, against land grabbers of their customary land.
Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, first of all, for allowing to accord us into the order paper. We are aware of how a lot of activities Parliament is facing. I also want to thank you so much for honoring our people so that they can attend to this presentation of the petition. And for those who came in late, the petitioners are being represented by about 40 people who have come so that they can observe even today's sitting. Mr. Speaker, I rise under our rules 30 of the rules of procedure concerning the petitions that regards to the customary land. The humble petitioners of community members of Lapono, Lerakato sub-counties, that include even the neighbors, that is Paimol, Omia Pachua, and partly Adilang. I'm presenting it on their behalf. Your humble petitioners showed and states that they have been living in their community land of Lapono, Lerakato sub-county, Paimol, Omia Pachua, and part of the land, which is the customary land, without any issues since Uganda was created, I believe. Your humble petitioners own their land, which is approximately over 2,000 hectares. And they have been using it for settlements, cultivation, hunting, grazing animals, and some other sports activities. And they averred that they were using their land without any interference until when one UPDF land force camp commandant and his uncle claimed to have a freehold titles over their land. And they discovered that the Ministry of Lands have issued certificates, which is even measuring a land close to about 7,537,341.5 hectares, of which the same certificate claims that 219,401,365 hectares of land has already been surveyed fraudulently, and nobody attended even the surveying process. The petitioners believe that the two land grabbers, the UPDF land force camp commandant and one other of his uncle, did this thing fraudulently. They also averred that the participation of LC2 chairperson Kaket Paris, the LC3 chairperson of Lapono sub-county, and the chairperson of a clan called Koshure had been having some illegal meetings and forming a non-existent association, and they refer to it as Land Owners Association. And they've been linking with a coordinator of a project called Paris to Market Project, that they generated resolutions which are fake without an attendance of any members of the community, besides putting some signatures that they are landowners of that same area. They also averred that the resident district commissioner of Agago district, who had been moving in different meetings, that on the 17th of October, 2023, that came from the RDC himself, that the people of Lapono, Lerakato, Omia Pachua, Paimol, have already given their customary land to that said investors. The resident district commissioners is even now using the Uganda Police and National Forest Authority to intimidate some leaders who are standing together with the community so that their rights is not violated. Mr. Speaker, in that same land, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, through their own way of finding minerals, they discovered there are some minerals in that place. However, they started their operation, which the community just saw them pouring in soldiers with a lot of intimidation and fear that they want to do the commercial value of the minerals. The community doesn't have any issues with that. However, on that same period of time, the National Forest Authority came and said the land which these people are occupying, it is under national forest. The actions of this NFA are all geared toward land grabbing, that customary land. and the people are really in deep cry. Mr. Speaker, on that same land, the WOA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, their actions is unbearable to the extent that the game rangers are being seen as if they're the one driving animals to destroy people's crop. And over 10,000 acres of crops have been destroyed within this period of time. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners avow that they are grieved because their constitutional rights are not being observed. They are praying that this house should help them to investigate these fraudulent issues of certificate of titles to this land in question. They're also praying that this house help them so that these actions is investigated, especially the RDC and other persons that have been mentioned into. They also are praying that the investigation of NFA, where they claim that land is under forest reserve, should know the truth behind it, and if anything, they should be stopped not to disturb the people. However, they are also praying that the RDC should desist from intimidating people using the police. On the other hand, if not, it should be taken away from that place. Then finally, they pray that we investigate these alleged actions of intimidation of some leaders. I humbly present this petition to the August House, and I want to lay on table the list of members of petitioners, which I counted is about 560 who have appended their signatures in this petition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amos. I can see nearly everyone is interested in this round apart from me. Everyone neighboring seems to be. I think I shouldn't disturb the Attorney General on this. Let me invoke my powers under Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6, and I refer it to the Minister, because a lot of allegations have been made. And we are now in the budgeting process. Sector committees are very busy managing the budget. So I'm going to refer it to the Minister, who will liaise also with the Attorney General for guidance, the Minister for Lands, and be required to report back to the House within 30 days. Okay. Honorable Bigo Kanya, on the same? Yes. Minister for Lands, let the Minister for Lands first. Yes.
Most obliged on your guidance, Mr. Speaker. We don't run away from responsibility, but as you'll note from the petition, there are so many agencies, and the Ministry of Lands does not have the mandate to investigate other agencies. And these citizens who are rightly concerned had addressed their issue to Parliament. I would have suggested, if it pleases you, that the right committee in Parliament takes over this responsibility, and we are very willing to assist as witnesses in that matter, but we rely on your good direction. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Minister, I have a challenge, like I told you. Like I told you, we are in the budgeting process. April and May are difficult months, okay? And Rule 30, Sub-Rule 10 requires that once such a petition comes, within 45 days, we must dispose it off. So I can't tell a committee to leave whatever they are doing. I just go on this petition. Now, the biggest issue, I think, is on ownership, okay? The Attorney General, would you, let the Attorney General maybe help me also on this?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, like you have correctly stated, the issue here is on the ownership.
The ownership by National Forestry Authority, Uganda Wildlife Authority are all by gazette. They should be known. Now, all the other land of customary ownership in the area can be determined by Ministry of Lands, and if titles have been issued, they must be able to explain to government and parliament how those titles were issued. And the Ministry of Lands is well within its right, if it finds that the title was wrongly issued, to cancel the same. So I think I'll work with the Ministry of Lands and we'll get to the bottom of this within the 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Honorable Minister, that's a middle ground which we can go with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Bwaru. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the people of Teso, like other regions, like Acholi, West Nile, and Lango, lost lives, lost cattle, and other properties. 3 different teams from Teso drug government to court. One, there was a case put in by the Honorable Elijah Cooper. There was a case by the Honorable Julius Ochieng, and another case by our old man, Mzee Papras Imodot. Mr. Speaker, sir, government lost all these cases in court. The Attorney General and team, they claim that compensation is going on in Teso. But I want to state it here that there are no people that are being compensated. The last ruling was on the 19th of October, 2023, and the court gave government 6 months to pay the people of Teso. Nothing has happened up to now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Attorney General is here. I want to request that the Attorney General tells us or gives this parliament or the country a comprehensive report or a list of which people as government compensated. Number 1. Number 2, we request the Attorney General to tell us the plans that they have to compensate the people, not only of Teso, but of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile. Because when you look at even the budget that we are going to pass, the money for compensation is not included in the budget. Now, there is total frustration of the people. Mzee Sabu from Gweri died. He did not get his compensation. Mzee Mbodot now, as I speak, Mr. Speaker, sir, he is ailing in Dr. Plaza. He has a bill of 1.8 million shillings. He cannot pay. He left the hospital. He went to another one, 1.3 million shillings. He cannot pay. He is now going to die. Now, I want to say that, he's sick. He's very sick. And I'm saying it here, a number of them have died before. Mzee Sabu died and others. Mzee Chodu died. Now, government is not sensitive. Even after court has made a ruling, the Attorney General will come and say we are compensating people, but there is no list. We do not know which people are they paying. They even brought in the president, sir.
Honorable, what's the procedure matter you're raising?
I am raising this under Rule 42. A question to the minister.
Honorable, you stood up under procedure. I'm allowing you to speak. So what I'm saying is conclude. Because you stood up under procedure.
Yes.
Now you're on Rule 42.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yeah. So just...
would it not be procedurally correct? All right. that the Attorney General brings here a schedule of payment of the people of Teso who lost the property. And then number 2, the Attorney General also briefs Parliament on the progress of payment, not only for Teso, but also for Acholi, Lango, and West Nile. I thank you.
It will be procedurally right. No, you finish your part. Don't go.
I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
The way Honorable Bwaru presents his case. No.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, 1, yes, government does acknowledge that some people did lose cattle and other properties during the insurgency. 2, it is not correct
that we are not doing anything. In fact, Right Honorable Speaker, under your guidance, we are required to submit the reports of all the payments that have been made in cattle compensation. And I am absolutely certain, because I presented them myself and if to Parliament, and if Honorable Ebwaru bothered to read the documents that are supplied to Parliament, that will be provided. However, because we are not running out of paper or information, I undertake to provide the list again to this House of all the payments that have been made and all the work that has been made. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Attorney General. Sorry, please, sorry. That would be an indictment on the whole House. Because I remember they were big volumes. I think they were like 3 books. They were very big volumes and they were laid here. So it won't be good on Parliament as if when we are given records, we roast them. And therefore the Attorney General has again gone back to bring the same here. So I think what is very important is we shall guide Honorable Ebwaru where he can find the record, which is in the library of Parliament. Yeah. It won't be good for Parliament because I was in the chair. There were 3 huge volumes that were submitted here.
But Right Honorable Speaker, also for purposes of easing the work of honorable colleagues who are affected in these constituencies, we can also be happy for anyone who would like to receive soft copies for the areas where they are concerned. We are happy to even provide those to the various members who are available. Now, on the issue of the budget, we are in the budgeting process. We're in the budgeting process, and we sincerely hope that some money will be made available for that purpose by the time the budget is done. And if it is, we shall continue to remit the money to the persons who are entitled to it. But thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, we are going to open up this matter and Honorable Edakas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking from the Attorney General is about Kaberemaido District. So, Kaberemaido District, since compensation started, very few people have been compensated. We have sub-counties where no one has been compensated. And we have been back and forth to your office about why those who are not compensated have never been considered. So I'm just seeking clarification. When will you consider those who were not eventually registered? Because problems were there during the verification process. When will they be able to access the registry so that they are compensated? Because we have many sub-counties that not even a single person is being compensated. I thank you.
Attorney General, don't you think it would be good if you held a meeting with MPs from these affected areas so that you go through this deeply, not on the floor here, because here we shall not go deep. Honorable Ebwaru, then I go back to Attorney General. You also have Usoga issues from this.
Mr.
Yes. Honorable Ebwaru. And we've not yet sorted this. We can't have a procedure on procedure. Wow. That's classic.
Mr. Speaker, we have had a meeting with the Attorney General. Unfortunately, what we agree here in the boardrooms in Kampala is different from what is on the ground. You agree here, different thing. When they go on the ground, they do a different thing. We have had meetings before. That's why I have had to come here on behalf of those who are affected, that Parliament directs the Attorney General to give us a schedule of payment. When are you paying our people? Because we shall sit here, right, Honorable Speaker, agree, but then when they're on the field, they do a different thing. That's the problem.
You see, Honorable colleague, there is something which I told you earlier. You know, a minister is part of this Parliament. I don't like sitting in these chairs and I start directing a colleague. This is a colleague. What I believe the moment we tackle from an angle of respecting and working together, you achieve even more. Okay? You achieve even more. So what is important is that we shouldn't lose the trust. Okay? Attorney General, members are saying you go in the boardroom, you agree, but when you're going on ground, let me first speak on Eborinda. Okay? Let me speak on Eborinda.
Thank you
Yes.
so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this moment. Right Honorable Speaker, I was part of the team that went to court for Lango case. And I was the secretary because the leaders were illiterate. Right Honorable Speaker, from the Attorney General's record, Lango was supposed to be paid to a number of 142,000 claimants. But there were two teams that went to court. One was under Bashasha and Company Advocates, and another was under Makmochi Bwanga, that is De Leon Landwalk claimants. From the Landwalk claimants, there were 65,000 claimants, and from Bashasha's list were 59,000 claimants. All this case was concluded in court, and everything was finalized, including verification. But we were shocked when the Attorney General's office met us in the members' launch, and we realized it was only 42,000 claimants that were to be paid. But they didn't specify. So I myself asked, which list are you paying? Because I'm not seeing the number awarded by court being put here. We went on to check on the list, Right Honorable Speaker. Out of the 42,000 claimants, the number that were under-approved were 23,000. Leaving, it was 18,000, leaving 23,000. In the 42, not even the general court awarded list. We went to Attorney General's office several times for explanation. How did you come to not approve this other 23,000 list? There was no clear answer. And I want to give an example to Okotogong. Okotogong was among the list not approved.
No, here we say honorable.
Okay, thank you. I was treating him as a claimant, Honorable Speaker.
The honorable is the honorable claimant.
Okotogong is among the list not approved. Everyone in Lango knows where Okotogong's family came from. The father and himself, because this was a claim from 1986 to 2006, meaning from the Lakwena Enare Kony. It was a general claim. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, we put this matter, we went with this case up to the President. Attorney General's office were claiming that the Bashasha's list was a fake list. And lucky enough, I was in court myself. I joined the thing when I was a youth counselor. We wrote to Lira High Court, Right Honorable Speaker, and Lira High Court gave us a certified list of the beneficiaries under Bashasha and Company Advocates, which did not get payment up to now. These are the grieved claimants that couldn't bear the pain and went to court. And government is now saying they are paying. Yet those who went to court is not being paid. Are we curing this problem?
Thank you.
Or we are increasing another emotional issue?
Honorable
Thank you.
Babiku,
And I would like
then Honorable
to handle this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this thing is a thorn in our flesh. Government officials have made promises severally, including the Right Honorable Prime Minister, when I raised the matter at the beginning of this term. In the case of West Nile, no money has been voted. Because when the report came on the floor of Parliament, it was only Teso, Lango, and Acholi. Right Honorable Speaker, as leaders of West Nile, Madi sub-region, we are under fire.
people think we don't contribute here. And that's why our region has been left. As I agree with your proposal that we need to be met, I will propose that these meetings will be region by region, so that our issues will be critically analyzed and proposals, better positions will be taken than bringing all the regions together from the different parts of the country. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Biku, for yielding the floor. Right, Honorable Speaker, as our colleagues from West Nile are under fire, it is worse for us from Busoga as far as Lakwena victims are concerned. They are saying we are not talking because every electioneering period, people move to the field, registering people, promising them to be paid, but nothing is being mentioned to this effect. So, my sister, as you are being questioned, we also under the same panels, so we request that Attorney General.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's nothing substantial being done to benefit our people in relation to compensation. I will also propose that let the Attorney General update on the implementation of what he presented here. Because I was in the House when he laid those documents, he gave us information on what government was going to do. Let him come back and update us on what has been done so that we can access the progress report, which he has claimed from other regions, which have been done. Thank you.
But now, Honorable colleagues, because I'm seeing near every region, I'm even going to cross-check, you might find Mitoma is a potential claimant. You might find I'm seated on on an opportunity and I didn't know. Honorable Bwanika here is about submitted. But if you followed the Attorney General all the time we've been having him here on these matters, it was on matters of Lango, Achori, Teso. And the money we appropriated was for those areas. I think now, right, Honorable Prime Minister, okay? When are you looking at other areas? Maybe let Honorable Mzare first conclude on this, and then the Prime Minister comes. No, but Honorable Suranyi, you see, when I've picked you already, you've spoken. I look for others who haven't spoken. And I know you're looking for issues of Busoga. So, Honorable colleagues, when you see me ignoring a little bit, sometimes I'm trying to see if there is someone from your region who, Honorable Mzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform you that for Busoga region, we've been submitting our list, but it has always been ignored. I don't know for what reason. I want to inform the Attorney General that Busoga was affected by Lakwena. Actually, many people in Busoga lost lives and properties. We've seen it in Uganda. Uganda has been having a ministry under well, and I've been compensating them. For Busoga, nothing has come to Busoga.
Okay.
Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I have been able to receive so many people complaining about compensations. You find people who were awarded compensations by court right from 2000 up to date, they have not received their monies. Maybe we need to understand how the Office of the Attorney General handles the issue of compensation. Because you find someone who has just been awarded a compensation.
Honorable Martin, the Ministerial Policy Statement report is coming. There is a budget component for compensations. That's when we are going to discuss those issues.
But Right Honorable Speaker.
But for this one was different.
Yes.
Yeah, but those other ones of quota and all of that, let's wait.
Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is one. The cases that have been loaded of recently, say like in 2018 or 2019, and those people are compensated. While there are those who are awarded court compensations in 2000, 04, what, and so on. But up to date, they have not been able to access their compensations. That's my concern right now.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, this issue of compensation for war, I think it's a highly explosive issue because I'm very sure one of the legitimate claims would come from Honorable Nathan Byanyima in Bukanga, because that war of 1981, 1986, plus the one of Amini, the raid started from Tanzania, crossing over the Sinjiro and going through Masaka and Rakai. So, Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister, honorable colleagues, will need to go back, look at these issues and give instructions to the Attorney General on other regions. On other regions. Because you see, the Attorney General can't originate this himself. Otherwise, now we are going to accuse him as an individual. He can't originate it himself. So right now, Prime Minister, what plan do you have for other regions that have not been included? Right, Honorable, can you give a minute to Angura? Honorable Angura. Yes, Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of compensation is very serious. Whereas we have groups that went to court, but in certain instances, our elders were guided not to go to court and told to be patient, compile your lists, and then compensation will be handled. For a case in point, for us in Tororo, we had challenges of FOBA, Force Obote Back, cases of Lakwena, and all that. And people lost. People lost. So efforts to galvanize and put teams to generate petitions that would end up in court were put down in a bid to try and fast track solving this. I have submitted with the community lists time and again to the Attorney General, but we are not hearing of any mention how soon we shall be considered. So this has to be fast tracked. Thank you.
I may also allow opposition, Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Many of the complainants came after His Excellency Yoweri Museveni was in power. But our people from Chiboga who brought Mr. Museveni in power, they have camped at Ruamata. They have camped for 4 years. They decided to leave their villages. They have camped. It is very important to harmonize the different ministries because every time we complain about this, the Ministry for Ruero is referred to us. It is important that ministries harmonize. And they have told us that probably President already compensated these people, but they confirmed that they have not been compensated. Now to ask the new legislators who don't have any proof that these people were compensated, we have even failed to help them. But for me, I have people which Gemuzi, they have been in Ruamata. At first they were in a playground, they were chased, but now they have started, they've rented 7 oldies, rent a small room. They are in Ruamata. In case anybody wants to go and meet them, they are there. We have lists. They still demand. They are telling us there were some programs. This last year, they were informed to benefit from other government programs. But we need to come out clearly and sort out these issues because at least we are the first before the Lakwenas and those send Obote back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should start with that Attorney General or let me start with that Attorney General, then Prime Minister conclude on the other.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I will meet the MPs for Teso, Lango, and Acholi and go through the issues in respect to compensation that are in my office. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, we can only pay what is made available. But you recall even when the president started this process, said we shall verify, at least someone will know that government acknowledges the indebtedness to that person. And then the payments will come as and when the money becomes available. I know that today, Right Honorable Speaker, and I am going to share with my colleagues, we have verified claimants to the tune of 496 billion shillings. And this information will be shared with all of them. But it is possible that some people have not been paid. It's really because of the money that is made available. But to acknowledge their indebtedness, we do that and we shall keep it. I'll yield the floor to the Right Honorable Prime Minister to speak about all the other regions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that we are going to take back to Cabinet so that all those other areas can be included and be given to the Attorney General for appropriation for the areas to be paid, because it is long overdue, especially all those ones whom you've heard, they are raising issues of payment to those people. So we are going to take it back to Cabinet. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, let's close this matter at this stage. Otherwise, the order paper, we've not yet started on the order paper. You can imagine. But though we've tackled very critical issues. So I rate the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you think you will give us an update when? Because these are critical issues. We don't want, and also Attorney General, when do you think you're meeting the members?
Right Honorable Speaker, we can even meet this evening. No, I am available at your because I have the information. It is a matter of carrying it. So I don't know when.
Give us a date. And
can we meet tomorrow morning at 8:15? You can give us a place here. We'll meet and I'll provide the information. Tomorrow morning, 8:15.
You're very many, and we are mainly using our conference rooms for. Prime Minister can get us a room at OPM. They have a lot of space. Okay, so one of you should liaise with the Prime Minister, with the Right Honorable, to agree on which room you're going to meet. Honorable Beatrice Akori, you should coordinate that with Honorable Bell. Then Honorable Ebgaru will report back on the progress of the meeting. You can't report for the Attorney General. The Attorney General will update us. Then you can supplement. Prime Minister?
Right, Honorable. Now this one is that we are going to Cabinet. I request that you give us 3 weeks. Thank you.
That's tenable, Honorable colleague. 3 weeks is tenable. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Education and Sports on the matter of phasing out of comprehensive nursing certificate and diploma courses by the Ministry of Education and Sports.
Thank you. Chairperson, Committee on Education and Sports assigned Honorable Kwanga Philip. That's it, Honorable Kubeketaria. That's what you agreed? Yes. Thank you for empowering your members. Honorable, we agreed, you know what we agreed on how to manage. And it's his maiden report. No one should disturb him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am hereby giving or reading a report on the Committee of Education and Sports on the matter of phasing out the comprehensive nursing certificate and diploma courses by the Ministry of Education and Sports. During the House proceedings held on Wednesday, the 2nd March 2022, the Honorable Dr. Musa Noah, Member of Parliament representing Kabaka County North, raised an urgent matter regarding a decision taken by the government of Uganda to phase out the certificate and diploma courses in comprehensive nursing that were obtained at various Lance's comprehensive nursing training schools in the country. This, he said, followed a pronouncement made on the 15th January 22 by the Minister of State of Education in charge of higher education, Honorable Muingo John Chrysostom, while presiding over at a ceremony during which the Uganda Nurses and Midwifery Examination Board, UNIMEB, released results of Uganda Nurses and Midwives examination that were conducted in September 2021. Dr. Musa put in his prayers as follows. 1, the Ministry of Education and Sport should provide a concrete justification for allowing nursing training schools to train students in comprehensive nursing, contrary to the pronouncement made by the same ministry on phasing out the course. 2, that the Ministry of Education and Sports should direct all nursing training schools to allow the affected students to pursue alternative courses that match their scores at advanced level and courses that are relevant to the world of work. 3, the Ministry of Education and Sports, together with the Ministry of Health, ought to develop an abridged course for all students who trained and graduated in the comprehensive nursing since then. With that prayer, the Honorable Speaker acknowledged this and presented and forwarded the case to the Committee of Education and Sports for proper scrutiny. Honorable Speaker, I request to go to the specific observation and recommendations as time does not allow. The first prayer was that the Ministry of Education and Sports should provide a concrete justification for allowing nursing training schools to train students in comprehensive nursing contrary to the pronouncement made by the what? The same ministry. The committee was informed that contrary to the 15th January 22 pronouncement that phased out the comprehensive nursing course was to take immediate effect. Some nursing training schools like Soroti, School of Comprehensive Nursing, and Masaka, School of Comprehensive Nursing, were reported to have issued admission letters to 60 and 80 students respectively to pursue courses in comprehensive nursing. The committee observed that some admission letters were dated the 12th January 22. See admission letter dated 22nd January issued to Mr. Aimana Ahad Salim to pursue a diploma in comprehensive nursing at Soroti School of Registered Comprehensive Nursing prior to the pronouncement that was made by the Ministry of State Minister of State for Education in charge of higher education on the 15th January 22. The committee recommends that since the decision on phasing out of the course was to take immediate effect without due consultation, without key stakeholders, and given that no student enrollment should take place effective July 22. Government should clearly guide on how the comprehensive nurses in the field affected prospecting and current students that were admitted for the said courses by nursing training schools should proceed. Prayer number 2 was that the Ministry of Education and Sports should direct all nursing training schools to allow the affected students to pursue alternative courses that match their scores at advanced level and courses that are relevant to the world of work. The committee observed that while the decision of the minister to phase out the academic program took immediate effect, there were no instruments to support the pronouncement that would guide nursing training schools to offer support to fresh students. Additionally, there was no specific instrument issued by Ministry of Education and Sports to guide continuing students undertaking the courses in comprehensive nursing. The committee recommends that as a matter of urgency, Ministry of Education and Sports, in collaboration with nursing training schools, should arrange to offer career guidance and counseling to fresh students who were admitted to pursue courses in comprehensive nursing, with the view of reviewing their courses to make them more compatible with the job market needs and health service care needed. Prayer number 3, that the Ministry of Education and Sports, together with Ministry of Health, should develop an abridged course for all students who train and graduated in comprehensive nursing, since they will be required to retrain. The committee observed that government did not put into consideration the costs associated with its decision to phase out the academic program directly to in-service comprehensive nurses, those employed in private sector and continuing students. Such costs include, but not limited to, retraining service disruptions and outflow of courses of nurses cadres, which ultimately would take toll on healthcare service delivery. The committee further observed that the decision to phase out the academic program did not envision the need to formulate new academic programs or review of the curriculum and related curricula that would facilitate retraining of in-service comprehensive nurses and continuing students undertaking courses in comprehensive nursing. Recommendations. The committee recommends the following. 1, that government, as a matter of urgency, should design academic programs and relevant curricula that would enable in-service comprehensive nurses and current continuing students pursuing courses in comprehensive nursing to undertake retraining that would consolidate their new roles and careers. Recommendation number 2, that government should incur cost of retraining in service comprehensive nurses, since they were in service at the time of the pronouncement, and offering a noble public duty, and to continuing students undertaking comprehensive nursing courses to guarantee the same upon completion of their studies. This would enable them offset retraining costs and other related expenses and would signify government as empathetic. Recommendation number 3, that Ministry of Education and Sports should prepare to award certificates of completion and competence recognized by the regulatory body, that is the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council, to former graduates of comprehensive nursing as proof of recapacitation, and that such certificates should be recognized at the time of applying for career opportunities in the public and private sector. Number 4, which is the last recommendation, that the Ministry of Public Service should, as a matter of urgency, review the scheme of service for the nurses and midwives to take into account government decisions to phase out the comprehensive nursing certificate and diploma courses. Conclusively, therefore, the committee notes that with concern the impact that the sudden phasing out of both certificate and diploma courses in comprehensive nursing will have on a number of citizens who have trained and are still training in the field, given that the courses were introduced over 25 years ago. And as such, detailed and comprehensive research should have been carried out before making a decision to phase out the courses. In this regard, this background that the committee recommends that the Ministry of Education and Sports should rescind its decision to phase out certificate and diploma comprehensive nursing courses, and instead explore avenues for strengthening the curriculum for both courses to meet the current demands in the job market without disorganizing the students that previously undertook and are currently undertaking the courses. The Ministry of Education and Sports should develop a policy to guide the phasing out of programs or courses in the education and sports sub-program going forward. Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kwanga Philip. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report.
Thank you. Well done. Honorable colleagues, this was a matter of 2022. It's unfortunate we didn't manage to process it in time. A lot has happened since then. So let us first get an update from the minister of the current, what are they doing?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and my dear colleagues, a lot of this has been overtaken by events, and quite a lot has been done. It's true that the Ministry of Education and Sports in 2020 stopped the recruitment and of course the training of comprehensive nursing graduates. That's about 4 to almost 3 years. We have looked at the job market needs. We have revised the curriculum to at least the curriculum of midwifery and then nursing, so that we address the needs of the job market. And so far so good, Your Right Honorable Speaker. Perhaps the scheme of service, the Minister of Public Service will let us know what's happening. Otherwise, everything is going on very well, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, colleagues, it is Honorable Noah who raised the matter. It is 3 years, okay? The ministry is moving on well, and we are saying resign the decision of 3 years.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think your observation is right. This matter is coming after about 2 years. And the spirit of raising the matter was that ministry had already faced the course, but there were training schools that were admitting students. So if the ministry has already said a lot has been done and everything has been harmonized, I think it's okay. Because in general now we have many nurses that even government cannot recruit. So if you face comprehensive nurse and we streamline the course, the training for the nurses, I think that is good. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Wanika.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've not heard clearly from the minister, and I would want him to clarify what happened to the comprehensive nurses. Have you provided a program to retool them? Because you have not stated anything. As long as we know that a lot has gone on, but what happened to those nurses?
Information.
There's no one on the floor, Honorable, so there's no one to give information, unfortunately. Yes, Nzima, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern on this issue is the way decisions are taken. You find that many times Ministry of Education comes with directives which are so abrupt that from today onwards, this one is not going to happen. Like, for example, some time back, they came up with a decision that primary teachers should have at least what? Bachelor's degree. When the citizens begin to make noise, that's when they retrieve. Just like the same way this one was also brought. And you wonder whether some of these decisions are subjected to studies before they are brought forward. So why don't we have a very consistent planning? And if there is a situation that requires change, why don't we bring it in a very planned manner to allow phasing out of this in a consistent way? Because the whole thing causes anxiety, confusion, disturbance. So just like the other day we were discussing the curriculum of O level. The O level is beginning to implement a new curriculum. When it comes to secondary, we are stuck. I mean, A level. A level, we are stuck. Now, these ones that will proceed to A level, what they are going to do is not known. So even the materials are not there. So in the education sector, the way decisions are brought, policies are brought, it requires proper decision taking. And issues must be subjected to at least rigorous studies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable colleagues, you see, we should debate, and our debate should be focused on the resolution we are going to make. Now, this is a matter which is fait accompli. So whether you debate and you speak the best English and the best submission, it's a done deal. Yes, it's a done deal. The person who raised, the member who raised the matter has conceded. The minister has told you for 3 years, they are moving on. You can't go back. So we should save time so that we have these other issues that are coming up. We handle them. But Honorable, please respond to the clarification matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about the scheme of service, we have the schemes of service, but as you know, we don't have the money to fully implement the scheme of service. I'm happy we are now in the process of budget making. When this matter comes out, please support us so that this scheme is implemented. I agree with my brother that for any decision to be taken, we need to have carried out a study a comprehensive study indeed, and this is what actually happened. There were a lot of consultations. The employer, Ministry of Health, and many others were consulted, and this is how we came to that decision. And it took us some time. It took us over 3 years trying to consult and to find out what is happening in the market. And finally, my brother here wants to know what happened. For us, we prepare, we issue skills to our learners, the skills that are needed in the job market. Time came when the employers were saying, we are not taking comprehensive nursing graduates. They don't have this skill, they were preferring nurses who are not midwives. But for us, what we have done is also going to go back to the field and say, suppose we want to add value. What do we do? What we have done is to enrich the nursing curriculum, to enrich the midwifery curriculum with what the market needs. And that's why I'm saying that everything now is going on very well. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Chair of the committee, with the recommendation which had come here, what would be your view before I put a question? Because from what I'm getting, we need to revise the recommendation.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and I would like to thank Honorable Lo Kwang. Now, given these recommendations, as it has been mentioned, they have been overtaken by time. But the issue is that when the roadmap is to be made by the ministry, I think our committee should also be consulted. So since they said they've improved on it, I'm sure we are going to interface with them in the policy statement, we shall scrutinize and I think move in harmony. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So would you love to propose that indeed we amend this recommendation? Because here you are saying it is against this background. The committee recommends that the Minister of Education and Sports should rescind its decision.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we should amend that.
Yeah. I think we can be amended to say that the ministry should carry out comprehensive consultations.
Yes, sir, I Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the Committee on Education and Sports on the matter of phasing out of comprehensive nursing certificate and diploma courses by the Minister of Education and Sports be adopted with proposed recommendation. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper.
Procedure, Honorable Nyanzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just related to what we've just been having, on the 15th of February, at the 11th sitting of the third meeting of the third session of this parliament, with you in the chair, my able chairperson of the Committee of Education presented a report here to do with management challenges of Umbale School of the Deaf. And this same report was also overtaken by events. The report was presented, Right Honorable. It wasn't debated. It wasn't passed by the House. And your guidance was that perhaps the minister would give us a status update so that if there are recommendations, they are adopted by the House. That never came to pass. Also, the same day, my chairperson again, Committee of Government Assurances, presented a report. It was about presidential pledge to extend electricity to industrial parks directly from power generation plants, same date. This report again, Right Honorable, was also overtaken by events. The same report was also presented, not debated, no recommendations taken. Right Honorable, wouldn't it be procedurally right that you guide the ministers responsible to also give us status updates so that at least this House can adopt certain recommendations, or if there is need for discussions and debate, we do the same so that at least committees are guided.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Now, Honorable, the word overtaken by events does not mean delay. Because that presidential pledge still stands. Okay, the minister should come back indeed and explain. Honorable Okasa is here. So I think what is important is for us to get for it space on the order paper. But Honorable Minister, indeed, you are supposed to submit your response. I veil it with the clerk, and then we put the matter and we conclude it on the order paper. You don't need it to, yeah. So, but clerk, pick out those issues. I know we have around 4 reports which are pending debate. So we need to have them concluded as soon as possible. Yes. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on a petition by Zombo Tea Nursery Operators and Farmers Association on the delayed supply of tea seedlings to farmers in the district.
Thank you. We've tackled these issues several times. So, Honorable Chair, just go straight to observations and
Thank you so much,
recommendations.
Right Honorable Speaker.
And for the record, sorry, let the whole report be captured on the handset verbatim. But
Thank you.
You just present.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the committee and on behalf of my chair, I beg to submit the minutes and the report. I beg to lay on table. Right Honorable Speaker, this petition was presented to this floor by Zombo Tea Nursery Operators and Farmers Association. It was petition on the 21st May 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, this petition was about the delayed supply of tea seedlings to farmers in Zombo, and in accordance with Rule 30, Clause 6 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, you referred the petition Annex 1 to the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries for consideration. And for time, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to just give a brief background of the tea growing in Zombo.
No need, Honorable. Go
Okay,
straight
thank you
to
so much, Right Honorable
prayers.
Speaker. I would like to go to the prayers in the petition. There were 3 prayers. One was Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to authorize NADS in conjunction with Zombo District Local Government to procure tea seedlings so that farmers are supplied within the shortest time possible. The second prayer was the above demand should be met under the same arrangement like that of the year 2022, since it was just postponed due to the then approaching dry season. The third one was in the event that the demand or requests are not fulfilled by the government, then the nursery operators and farmers should be compensated for the loss of investment and business alternative use of land and time. Right Honorable Speaker, in the brief reference for consideration of this petition, arising from the prayers in the petition and circumstances leading to the petition, the committee formulated various terms of reference as put in the writing by having meetings and a field trip to Zombo for facts finding. Findings, observation, and recommendations. One was to establish whether government through NADS invited Zombo nursery operators to produce these seedlings for distribution to farmers. This was done, and it was found out that on 21st September 2022, Cabinet made a directive for one-off procurement of tea and coffee seedlings during the 2022 seasons. MAIF wrote to the 16 tea growing district local governments on 28 September 2022, which is in Annex 1, seeking information on quantities of verified mature tea seedlings in nurseries at that time. The committee established that between September 29th and October 17th, 2022, NADS initiated and executed procurement for the verified tea seedlings under a delegated procurement arrangement to the 6 district local government that submitted information to MAIF within the prescribed time frame. According to MAIF, Zombo was not among the district which submitted the required information within the designated time frame, and the district requested to defer procurement of their tea seedlings to the March 2023 planting season on account of the anticipated dry spell. This was because, Right Honorable Speaker, they thought that this would be a waste, because even if the seedlings were supposed to be supplied, it was going to dry up because of the dry spell time. Zombo District, in compliance with MAIF letter, had invited verified tea nursery operators to provide information about the quantity of tea seedlings they had in stock. In response to the district invitation, 45 nursery operators invested in the production of tea seedlings for sale to NADS. The committee established that NADS sought guidance from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development about the possibility of carrying forward the procurement and delivery of seedlings by Zombo District Local Government. The district received no response despite several correspondences to that effect. On 6 October 2022, Zombo District Local Government submitted information to NADS about the available tea seedlings in the nurseries without the demand data. It's in Annex 4. The committee observed that, 1, Zombo District Local Government submitted data on 6 October 2022 of verified tea nursery operators and quantity of seedlings produced within the specified time frame by MAIF on 29 September to 17 October 2022 for consideration of payment. However, there was no demand data as was required by Ministry of Agriculture. 2, Zombo District Local Government, in anticipation of dry spell, requested NADS to defer procurement of the tea seedlings to March 2023. However, by the time of writing this report, the Ministry of Finance had not responded to the request, leaving the district and the farmers in suspense. Committee recommendations. 1, MAIF, all NADS and Zombo District Local Government should urgently verify the viable and overgrown seedlings among the regionally verified nursery operators. 2, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should urgently avail funds to pay all the verified nursery operators for the still viable tea seedlings for distribution to farmers for planting as determined by Zombo District and NADS. 3, the Ministry of Finance should compensate the regionally verified tea nursery operators in Zombo whose seedlings have overgrown and are no longer viable for planting. 4, the Ministry of Finance should establish a more efficient communication mechanism to respond promptly to inquiries from district local governments in order to foster better coordination and prevent unnecessary delays in vital agricultural processes. Right Honorable Speaker, the second one was to establish whether government had committed to procure and pay for the tea seedlings. In a Cabinet Minute 340, 2022, government agreed to a one-off arrangement to procure and distribute tea seedlings across the 16 tea growing districts. The MAIF, in compliance with this cabinet decision, wrote to Zombo and the other 15 districts communicating government decision and instructing the district to identify, verify, and submit a list of tea nursery operators and the quantities of seedlings required by the farmers in the district. Zombo District Local Government, in response to the ministry communication, proceeded to identify, verify, and instructed the selected nursery operators, 45 in number, to raise over 10 million seedlings for its tea farmers. It further proceeded to communicate the list of verified nursery operators and their quantities of seedlings, which totaled to 16,765,000 seedlings to the ministry through Zombo District Local Government. However, This communication lacked the demand data, and Zombo District Local Government requested the Ministry of Agriculture to defer the procurement to March 2023 to coincide with the growing season. Recommendations, observation of the committee. 1, government through written communication and other documents plus testimonies from the farmers committed to procure, pay, and distribute the seedlings to the farmers. 2, the exclusion of Zombo from the 6 district lineup for payment by NAD/MAIF with the claim that Zombo had not submitted their information was false. The decision to exclude Zombo from the list of the district to be paid due to lack of demand data was therefore not, in the committee opinion, justified. 3, the committee, however, was not able to establish the reasons for failure by Ministry of Finance to communicate to Zombo District Local Government and MAIF/NADS its position on the request to defer procurement to March 2023. The Ministry of Finance did not respond to the committee invitation to appear before it and respond to the matter. The committee recommends that government should proceed to fulfill its commitment and pay all verified tea seedling suppliers within the current financial year. The third, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee want to establish the number of nursery operators who had responded to government invitation and the amount of tea seedlings they had raised. The committee was informed that Zombo District Local Government had identified, verified, and invited 45 tea nursery operators to produce/raise over 10 million seedlings to supply 1,000 farmers/household over a period of 3 years at a unit cost of Uganda shillings 500 shillings per seedlings. In anticipation of an increased number of tea farmers and the tea plantation, and to support the development of tea industry in Zombo, government in 2016 offered to set up a tea factory in the district. In the picture, Right Honorable Speaker, that's one of the nursery beds that we monitored as we proceed. And another observation, Right Honorable Speaker, was to establish whether a tea factory in Zombo has the potential to stimulate economic development in the region through creation of employment opportunities, provision of a market for maturity, technology transfer, and payment of taxes, among others. 2, the Lur Kingdom had offered 10 acres to government to construct a tea factory. However, progress could not be made because ownership of the land was being contested by a private investor, Mukwano Industries. The contested land is connected to the national electricity grid. 3, in view of the above contestation, Zombo District Local Government and Zeu community have identified alternative piece of land for a government tea factory, which awaits surveying, titling, and transfer of ownership to the district. 4, further, the district had invited a private investor to set up a tea factory and allocated 5 acres at Zombo Technical Institute, which was a district farm, also referred to as Presidential Initiative Skilling Center, ZEO, for this purpose. This land, however, is yet to be developed. Recommendation. 1, government and Zombo District Local Government should quickly resolve the issue of ownership of the land provided by Lur Kingdom, which is contested by Mukwano Industries. 2, Zombo District Local Government should urgently follow up and complete the process of survey, registration, and transfer of ownership of the land availed by the ZEO community for the tea factory. 3, contingent on the availability of unencumbered land, government should disburse 19.5 billion to expedite establishment of the tea factory in Zombo.
Honorable Chair,
Yes.
you have already covered issues which the petitioners wanted sorted.
Thank you so much.
Okay? Yeah.
Thank you
The
so
rest of
much.
the issues members have gone through. Let's save time. Honorable, it's also another old report, so we should move quickly.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
I'd like to bring in also the challenges faced by tea farmers.
It's generally the whole country. These are issues which.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I would like to end there. And in light of the above findings and observation, it is the prayer of the committee that the House adopts the report of the committee in its entirety, and I beg to report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Before I pick Honorable Songa Lawrence, let me pick the MP for Zombo. Let me start with. Oh, yes, also Zombo. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, my chairman. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the committee, and I would like to request the August House to adopt the report. However, let me mention one or two things. The issue of tea in Zombo to the farmers and to the stakeholders has been of great frustration to the community. I personally have visited the tea estates about 5 times. Some of the colleagues who have been in this house who invested in tea have been frustrated for the last 10 years. Farmers planted tea, some tea gardens have overgrown, and the government pledge to give a tea factory are one of the prayers still being sought till today. Many families have lost their livelihood to date. And I would just like to, as we are in the budgeting cycle, to implore the August House to have mercy on the tea farmers from Zombo, because tea was a colonial crop. It was introduced by the colonial government then, and it thrived very well in Zombo. And it has its root there in Zombo. Actually, when it was reintroduced, the old tea which was planted during the colonial period, it was there. So I would really like to add my voice and to send my sympathies to the farmers that they shouldn't lose hope. Let the House adopt the report, and the government should do its part really to set a tea factory such that the farmers can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Songa, and then Honorable Afoyo-Chan. Now, we need to know the latest.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I want to, first of all, appreciate the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries for visiting Zombo, especially when they were looking at the issue of tea. I totally agree with the recommendations. It is true, government invited these nursery operators. They raised the seedlings to the tune of about 16 million seedlings. And it is also true that the decision by cabinet was taken in September when it was already heading for dry season. It would be meaningless to plant tea in October, which was already a dry season. And so the people of Zombo requested for deferment, and they said that they wanted now to plant in 2023 in March. In March 2023, seedlings were not supplied because there was no response from government. And also in the second rain season of August, seedlings were not supplied to the farmers, and yet the farmers were ready to plant. And therefore, since other regions have been given seedlings and they planted, but because of the dry season in Zombo, it was not possible. We still pray that currently we have nurseries that have seedlings, and the committee also verified. Although some seedlings have overgrown, but majority of the seedlings are still okay. So I agree with the prayer that it is urgently that the district, together with NADS, with the ministry, they verify the seedlings quickly, so that farmers can plant this season of April until maybe July. I think that will be very good for us. Related to that is we requested for a factory because some people planted seedlings before. Now, this factory, we need that 19 billion so that it can be put in place, because factory needed in Zombo is not only one, they can be 3, because if you see the plantation already existing. But there was also the issue of a machine. While we were waiting for the factory, Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of Trade decided to get a machine for the farmers, for the Zombo tea cooperatives, so that they can be processing tea seedlings as they wait for the factory. But this machine did not left Kampala, but did not reach the farmers. This, I request the Minister of Trade to come and make a statement. Where is that machine? I think with the other prayers, I totally agree that government should respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If the Minister for Trade can be called, he's usually here. If someone could help us, call the Minister for Trade to come in and support us. Honorable for your chance.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to appreciate the committee for the work they did in Zombo. They were in touch with us and we gave them the support that they needed. Right Honorable Speaker, this report comes at a very good time that the House is in the budgeting process. We would love to see this report not just end as a report, but backed by finances in the coming year, so that people of Zombo who have been suffering from issues of tea can start reaping from it. Right Honorable Speaker, you requested for an update. I want to inform you that a lot of tea in Zombo has turned into trees. What is very painful is that people utilized their land to cultivate this tree, the tea, and have no other land for other crops and activities. That means that they have hope in only the tea and tea alone. We therefore wish to see a budget trying to solve such problems. Right Honorable Speaker, we shall be here during the budgeting process, and we implore the House to support us on this so that we can bring this issue to an end. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Now, honorable colleagues, these tea nursery bed operators, no, there are people who are vulnerable. There are people, and most of them it's on borrowed money. And they even borrow from the circles. They are not just from local, from big banks, it's from the circles. This is the situation we faced in Kigezi, the situation we faced in Ankore, and we were lucky, at least steps were taken. Some payment was done, though not fully. Personally, I can confess, I had put in a lot of money. When they told me it was a good business, I put in 504 million, I was only paid 107 million, but it was better than nothing. Okay, yet I knew I had tea worth billions. Okay, I'm seeing here they are even talking of 500 shillings. For us, they were giving 450. We lost a lot of money, but I survived because I had other businesses to help me survive. Some people are still in prison. Some people committed suicide. So really, I know the pain of the people of Zombo, what they are going through. And it's unfortunate we don't have anyone from Ministry of Agriculture, despite having how many ministers? But the Prime Minister is here. So, yes, Honorable Emma, then Honorable Santa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And Honorable Nyashkongoro.
And I want to thank the committee for a job well done. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have already stated, but we need to understand Zombo as a unique area, particularly for us in West Nile and the Greater Navy. The point my colleague Honorable Esther has raised about the land matter is serious, because Zombo actually should even be the food basket for the whole of West Nile. So if the land they have, and because of the campaign which was given on tea, people got convinced, like even you were convinced. And people decided to go in for tea
and could not grow agriculture, could not grow food items. It pains if 1 year, 2 years, these people can be stuck in such a problem. So the recommendation for compensation is very important, because somehow people can then still go ahead and cultivate and grow their tea. And I want to add, Right Honorable Speaker, that when I was still working for an organization, Zeo area had a whole expanse of land that was having tea trees. I remember we would even go and locally harvest and have our local tea. So I would imagine such an area is the area that our king is talking about, that the government could take over and make sure that tea growing is done well in our area. So please, we implore our government to make sure that our people are compensated, and also make sure that the factory comes, so that eventually we can have a difference in our zone. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, you as leaders, you have to educate your people. Tea is for extensive agriculture. Tea is not for intensive agriculture. I remember before, and you have to take up this seriously. Otherwise, food security is going to be highly threatened in your area. You know, I remember in our area, when we had started pushing for tea, we said anyone who has less than 4 acres of land, don't go into tea. If you have less than 4 acres of land, because people were starting to cut down banana plantations to go to plant tea. Anyone who has 4 acres. So you as leaders, I think you have to come up and you be serious on it. Tea. Honorable Koyechenga is here, Honorable Nyachkongoro is here. They are from high tea growing areas that are making a lot of money. Honorable Faith is here. Honorable Ephraim Virad is here. It is for extensive agriculture. If you don't have enough land, you don't go for tea. I hope that one would take it up. Honorable Santa, then Honorable Nyachkongoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for doing a thorough job. Right Honorable Speaker, I share the pain of the people of Zombo District, more especially the farmers whose livelihood depend on the tea growing. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the nursery operators, these are people who invested. These are people who, some of them even borrowed money in banks or from circles or from elsewhere. And they are running up and down trying to see how to pay back this money. Mr. Speaker, there are children who are not even going to school because of the failure of this business. I'm so much disturbed that I don't see the minister in charge of finance who is supposed to answer this plea, because what we are looking for is money. I don't see agriculture. I don't see trade. Mr. Speaker, it's my prayer that these ministers at least come and brief this house on the best way forward, because minus money, we are in April the 2nd today. The rains have come. The planting season is now. For how long are we going to wait? And this has been an issue since 2022, Mr. Speaker. 2, I would like to ask the minister in charge of this docket agriculture, together with planning, that let's have good planning. The Ministry of Finance is also the Ministry of Planning. How else can you tell people to grow over 1 million seedlings, and then when time comes, nobody is there to buy? I want to support the report my colleague is asking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The information I wanted to share with you, my colleague, is in regards to planning in this country. I remember, apart from just tea,
in Acholi, there's a time they told people that grow cassava. There's a lot of market for cassava. So people grow a lot of cassava. And now when it came to time for, the market, there was actually no market. Then again, it said, now grow sim. The same thing. So really for me, I think the planning in this country needs to be looked into very, very seriously. That's the information I wanted to give you.
Thank you. Honorable Nyakongoro.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for a very good report. And I also sympathize with the Speaker who presides over such petitions every time they bring them on the floor of Parliament, because they have not yielded the results that the citizens of the country expect. Because, sometimes you look at how they excited the people of Zombo to grow tea, and therefore people were excited to have that factory in Zombo. And right now, they don't even have a factory. And that's why Honorable Afoyachan was saying that they have grown into bushes. Likewise, Right Honorable Speaker, people were excited because they knew that tea growing, business has come back. And you have ably said that you put in your money and you lost the money. Now you can imagine that the Speaker who has other sources of income. Think about those peasants. You have salary, Right Honorable Speaker. Think about those peasants who have engaged in the production of coffee, of tea seedlings, and up to now they have not been paid. They have children in school. They are chasing them. They have sold their land, by the way, in order to pay for that. Right Honorable Speaker, you ably, 2 years back, guided that the Ministry of Finance at least should pay people in phases each financial year, and including the coffee seedlings, by the way. Up now, for me, my ears have been on the ground. Many people are crying. My father turned 90 years this month. He supplied coffee seedlings to UCDA. Up to now, 4 years down the road, they have never cleared him.
They are proposing we close down UCDA.
Exactly. So now this one goes back to planning. As members of Parliament and as leaders, we are finding it very difficult to actually sell government programs because we excite people, they put in their money, and they are not paid. And Mr. Speaker, it is also becoming difficult to do business with the government. Government is the biggest, what can I call it? That one. Because everyone is demanding areas from government, from peasants to even well-to-dos. And they supply genuinely because they get the call of orders. So you really wonder if government can really say that we are going to do this, and they incite people, people put in their money and they supply. But up to now, government does not pay them. What do we do? I want to say that during this budget process, Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, let us support our peasants that have supplied to government and ensure that we first deal with arrears. We cannot continue paying school.
Thank you. Yes, Attorney General, why don't you pay?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I hear what members are saying, and it's a matter of grave concern. But now, from all sides of the political divide, we must get a common position to send to the people. What is for intensive agriculture? What is for extensive agriculture? What do we do with a 4-acre plan? What do we do with 100 acres? We cannot continue exciting our people with everything that seems to have money. And then when we come here, we say they have lost. So, no, colleagues, this is not, I'm not even saying anyone is wrong. We must find, as leaders in this house, a common position on what we are going to tell our people. Because, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, from where I sit, I see a lot of these things, these compensation claims that we talk about. And like you say, some of them are simply misled
into situations that they should not be in. But I was telling Honorable Uma here that even those claims that they're talking about, that we're also starting to see a lot of people who bring claims when you say government is the biggest defaulter. Like you said, Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to debate the policy statement. It's not true. There are so many people who claim from government, and we shall show you the cases that we have been able to win. So it's not everything that you hear is that government has defaulted. But for me, really, today, this issue that we are discussing here is extremely important, Right Honorable Speaker, that as members and leaders in this House, we take a common position on what message we are going to give to our people. Because just the other day, we discussed the sugar thing, the sugar law. And we're telling people, again, people were being lured into growing sugar cane. And we said, no, sugar cane is for big landholders.
Order.
Yeah, so there's, thank you.
No, Honorable, you know, when you access a microphone without my permission, everything, yeah.
As I conclude, colleagues, I agree that we need to find a way of resolving this problem. But if we don't address this problem carefully, we are going to have continuous problems coming up of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you. I had wanted Honorable Viraro, then Rope, you can come in.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the committee for the very pertinent and touching report about Zombo. Right Honorable Speaker, even in a river on the road is made by the people who are related from tea. Any overgrown tea garden is a danger to society. It is a very good haven for wild animals. It is a very good haven for thieves, these thugs it is a good forest for hiding. So when we have got tea gardens like in Zombo, and the ones growing wild in Metoma, in Bushenyi, in Buhweru, because they are going wild, we are also growing another danger of vermin within the societies. So I'm appealing to government, when we talk about 19 billion for investing in a tea factory in Zombo, and then we are talking about 180 billion in terms of returns, government should be very calculative and do that business. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, let's not lose focus of the matter. Farmers were mobilized in Zombo by government that established nursery beds, okay? And you're going to supply the tea to the people. Now, of course, some people got excited, got seedlings, and everyone went for tea. But now let us first sort out the most important issue of the nursery bed operators. Yeah? The operators, we help the operators. Then we can go to issues of factory, issues of what, but we focus on operators. Most of we will even go to prison if they are not helped. And I think what is very important will be for us here to make a recommendation, to make a decision on the issue. And then after now the committee, once it is presenting the ministerial policy statement report, and we are discussing the budget, we see whether our recommendation has been included in the budget. I think that's where we can, strategically, that's how we can come in and help these people. But Rob?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Just for perspective, Honorable Speaker and members, tea is the 4th largest agricultural export in Uganda after coffee, maize, and the like. I guess that's why government encouraged the people in Zombo to venture in that field, because it was lucrative in a sense. So it's very critical. But again, we have excited people and not shouldered them. Right Honorable Speaker, in the recent past, about 90 factories shut down due to high cost of production. Because again, government tells them, go that direction, we shall support you, and the support does not come. And they crumble. They have got many employees who have no jobs anymore. We had thought we are going to now bolster our exports, but it does not get to happen. So again, in doing this, we are telling government, please fulfill the pledge that you made. We've seen many entities, many factories being bailed out. These ones you promised. Can you take action? Honorable Speaker, the Minister of State for Trade, we had expected him to be here with us. He's not. He had promised that by February, he would provide to this House an information paper on the tea sector by February. We are now in April. It has not come yet. Maybe it would have provided a bit more information. Away from Zombo in a second, because it's related, yeah? There is a tea research station in Chenjojo called Revitaba, which is pretty much non-functional, and yet it is existing. So government keeps pouring money there, and there's not much coming out. So we would want to hear government on these issues. So I want to appreciate the committee for this report and join colleagues in demanding that government takes care of this situation. Pay these people, because you told them, go therein, we are going to take care of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now put the question that the report of the Sector Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on a petition by Zombo Tea Nursery Bed Operators and Farmers Association on delayed supply of tea seedlings to farmers in the district be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now on action report for this, I would love to structure it in a way that the Minister for Finance in 2 weeks' time responds to this, updates Parliament on what action has been taken. Okay. Next item. Just wait, Honorable Waru.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we are given seeds, some of the seeds don't germinate. I remember there was a time we were given the maize seeds. In my area, when they were planted, the seeds did not germinate. Mr. Speaker, I would want to appeal to those who are responsible that before you give us the seeds, first go and plant 1 or 2 and see whether they germinate. Because you will go and give it to a constituency, and then at the end of the day, they don't germinate. Mr. Speaker, I remember here in the 10th Parliament.
Honorable Waru.
Yes.
Rule 78, when you're interrupting the debate. Now we are discussing seedlings. Seedlings have already germinated.
Yes.
So how are seeds?
They're related. Seedling and seed, they're related.
No, they are not. I want us to be very clear.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am talking about the suppliers. Because I remember very well also, Mr. Speaker, is it related?
Yeah, no, but
these are all suppliers.
No, on procedure, no, Honorable colleague. You know, more is I accommodated a lot, but on this one, kind of spare me. Okay. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources on the petition against the alleged irregular recruitment mainstreaming process of staff of former Rural Electrification Agency into the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and Rural Electrification Department by the Public Service Commission and the Ministry of Energy.
So, Honorable colleagues, we are going to finish by 5:30. These 2 reports, we have 2 reports. So, I think since they are all in the electricity sector and they are all about employment, we shall receive all of them. We have one debate, okay? So, Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to present a report on the petition against the alleged recruitment mainstreaming process on the staff of former Rural Electrification Agency into the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development under Rural Electrification Department by Public Service Commission and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Right Honorable Speaker, this report is presented under Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Before I present, allow me lay the minutes and the other attachments there too for the record. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time as you've guided, I will move straight. I will move straight to the petition. The petition has had two prayers. Number one, absorption of all former staff into the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development as provided for in the Electricity Establishment and Management of the Rural Electrification Fund instrument, that's of 2021. And then the second one is compensation for termination of employment contracts and payment of benefits for the former REA staff. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me move straight to the committee findings, observations, and recommendations. Absorption of former REA staff into the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and its conformity to the statutory requirements. The committee established that the Electricity Establishment and Management of the Rural Electrification Fund Instrument 2021 revoked the Electricity Establishment and Management of the Rural Electrification Fund Instrument S1 number 62 of 2020. Upon its commencement, all former REA staff were transferred to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development based on the import of the statutory instrument, which was to A, revoke the Electricity Establishment and Management Act, Management of the Rural Electrification Fund, S1 number 62 of 2020 under Regulation 12, subsection 1. B, transfer all the former REA staff to the Ministry of Energy under the Rural Electrification Program on the same terms and conditions as they were under REA, under Regulation 12, subsection 2, A and B. Now, C, continue the existence and management of Rural Electrification Fund under the responsibility of the accounting officer for the ministry responsible for energy. And 4, have the instrument remain in force for a period not exceeding 2 years from the 19th day of October 2020 to the 19th day of October 2022 under Regulation 13. The committee further established that Ministry of Energy, that REA had a total staff of 192, with 143 staff employed under the government of Uganda, while 49 were employed as project staff funded by development partners, including the African Development Bank and World Bank. Following the placement of the fund under the ministry, all staff were transferred into the ministry under the Rural Electrification Program on the same terms and conditions as they served under REA until the 18th day of October 2022. When the instrument expired and the ministry embarked on the mainstreaming process using the Ministry of Public Service Rationalization Guidelines, which provided for the following. 1, the terms and conditions of service of employees who shall be mainstreamed into the Ministry of Public Service and the parent ministry shall be similar to those that are provided under the Public Service Standing Orders. 2, the appointment of the employees shall be regularized by the respective service commission after validation exercise. Only those public officers who possess the required qualifications at the time of mainstreaming will be considered for regularization. The committee noted that this resulted into the review of the structure and the creation of 107 positions under the Ministry of Energy to absorb former REA staff who had the requisite qualifications for the job as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, this report is uploaded and we have the structures there too for your consumption as you look through. During the validation exercise, the themes considered composed around 1, biodata, including name of staff and date of birth, age of staff, factoring in eligibility for appointment to permanent terms for a period of service up to the mandatory retirement age of 60 years. Standards for academic qualification and working experience as per the approved job description and persons' specifications against the positions in the structure. Terms of employment. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on the Terms of Employment, the committee was informed by the ministry that there were 96 staff with contracts with the government of Uganda, of which 61 were recommended for different positions, while 4 staff positions were declared redundant and 32 staff were not recommended based on different guidelines that included, as among others, age that is eligible for appointment in the public service, failure to meet basic qualifications for the approved posts, and where there were no vacancies. In line with that, the committee noted that the general conditions of contract of REA provided in clause 73 for the right of either party to terminate the contract by giving written notice of termination to the other party that is in line with the period of notice prescribed under the Act, which Employment Act under Section 65, subsection 1, subsection A, provides that termination shall be deemed to have taken place where the contract of service is ended by the employer with the notice. You can also go through those other observations, the general observations that the committee looked at. And however, Right Honorable Speaker, terminating their contracts with the notice as provided for under section 65, subsection 2, subsection A of the Employment Act on the 19th day of October. So that meant that those contracts that did not meet the minimum requirements were there to terminated. And the grounds of termination are there. You can go through. You can go through them. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to move straight to the committee recommendations. The committee recommended that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development reevaluates the relevance of posts that were declared redundant to ensure that they fall within the legally accepted ambit of redundancy, with a view of mainstreaming critical staff who were holding such positions. On the second one, Right Honorable Speaker, entitlement of former REA staff upon termination of employment. The petition has raised the concern of the failure of the Ministry of Energy to clear all outstanding benefits of terminated staff, including NSSF, accrued gratuity, accrued leave allowance, golden handshake, and the baggage allowance as stipulated in clause 11.3 subsection B of the REA Human Resource Manual, which entitled them to 1, 3 months salary in lieu of notice, 2, payment of earned leave entitlement, golden shake, handshake, and terminal benefits under Regulation 11.8 of the manual, which included accrued leave, 1 month salary in lieu of notice, and accrued gratuity according to the contract of employment. The committee was informed by the ministry that 1, those who were not absolved have been paid a severance package, including gratuity, accrued leave in lieu of the baggage allowance has also been processed for payment. Those that were considered redundant have been paid gratuity, accrued leave, and the baggage has been processed for payment. In addition, staff who were considered redundant are to be paid a redundancy compensation in form of a handshake payment of 3 months' salary, and a notice in lieu of 3 months' salary, which is being processed for payment. The 49 project staff on contract are still being remunerated by the development partners until the expiry of the projects. The committee, however, observed that all terminated former REA staff attained their retirement benefits from the ministry. And on that note, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to move straight to the recommendations of the committee. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development expedite the payment of all retired and pending benefits, including NSSF, golden handshake of 3 months, severance allowance, certificate of service, transport for self, baggage, and immediate family, and any other outstanding benefit to all the terminated staff as stipulated in the REA Human Resource Manual and general contractual conditions within 3 months from the time of adoption of this report. I have here the table of those who are affected and the status of their termination and also payment. I don't know whether they are just 15. If it pleases you, I would read because I'm coming to a conclusion.
No, we have them. And also, I'm not impressed by the job on it because you have Mabel.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Let's go on the next one.
Yes, maybe I just conclude this one. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the Rural Electrification Agency was the first agency to undergo the mainstreaming. The process, however, raised a number of concerns, many of which remain unresolved, with many former REA staff neither absorbed into the ministry, not fully compensated as required by their terms of engagement. The committee therefore recommends that government, through the Ministry of Public Service, reabsorbs all those who qualify into a public service, and the Ministry of Energy fully compensates the former staff for any outstanding benefits and the entitlements. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee members, my chair and the deputy chair who are not here, and I beg to move that this report be adopted. So, like you guided, Right Honorable, but this being the first one,
we have to call the second.
I want to move to the second one.
No, we have to call you, Honorable.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. I don't know whether you also rushed this report the way you're rushing, because it is signed by 7 members out of 35. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on a petition of former employees of Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited.
Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Chair, maybe before we proceed, the minister had something that he wanted to say.
No, they are
directors.
They are all his reports, okay?
Yes.
He will say whatever he wants to say.
Yes.
After.
Yes.
When we open up for debate.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to present a report on a petition against the alleged gross mismanagement at the Uganda Electricity Commission Company Limited in accordance with the Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The petition was originated by former employees of Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, alleging that a number of administrative improprieties by management. I wish to lay a copy of the report and the minutes of the committee there too. Right, Honorable Speaker, this one had also two prayers. Prayer number one from the petitioners is halting of all staff layouts, transfers, and recruitment until a governance and management review is sanctioned by Parliament of Uganda. Halting of the direct procurement of KPMG immediately so that recruitment for non-managerial positions is done internally by the Human Resource Department. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee findings and observations and recommendations therefore include this. This part of the report will examine the committee findings, observations, and recommendations. The examination is structured around the thematic areas outlined in the petition. 6.1, alleged gross management and abuse of office by the UETCL Chief Executive Officer. The committee established that employment of staff in UETCL is principally contract-based, with the only distinction being in the source of funds for remuneration of staff, wherein some are paid by the government of Uganda, while others are paid from donor funds for specific projects, hence the reference to these as project staff. The committee, however, noted that at the onset of appointment, staff were not expressly informed on the category under which they belonged as either project or non-project staff, and neither was there express mention of the source of each staff's remuneration. The committee established that the criteria of selection of staff whose contracts were renewed was not based on performance, as all staff performed well in the appraisal process, but rather on the source of funding for the particular staff's remuneration and its continued availability from specific projects to which some of the staff were attached. The committee further established that whereas the petitioners alleged that some staff worked for specific projects which still had funds, their source of remuneration was tagged to other projects whose funds were extinct, and thus their contracts not renewed. The committee was, however, informed by UETCL management that the alignment of staff remuneration to project source of funds is internally handled by the company. UETCL management further informed the committee that the staff who were to be laid off were informed a month prior in writing, and the meeting was held for all the 130 project staff to inform them of the decision to lay off some of them. The categories of staff included A, tariff staff. The committee was informed that by UETCL that management considered contracts for 183 staff whose salary was funded through the tariff, and the contracts of 182 were renewed with the exception of one manager of finance who failed to meet the appraisal requirements. B, project staff. UETCL undertakes transmission grid projects funded by both government and development partners. During implementation, staff are recruited to support the project, with their salary being availed from the government of Uganda component. However, upon completion of a project, a project is removed from the public investment plan and no budget provision is made thereafter. The committee was informed by UETCL that the projects that had been completed but were awaiting commissioning were removed from the project implementation plan with no government funding for financial year 2023/2024 as provided. Contracts for staff on these projects were not renewed. Projects that were still ongoing but expected to be completed in 2023 and whose resettlement action plan had progressed to over 90%, staff numbers were reduced and a few staff retained to handle the RAP issues. However, all engineers were retained to handle snags that could arise during defects liability period. And projects that were still ongoing and not expected to be completed this year, 2023, staff contracts were renewed for the remaining duration of the project. The committee was informed that there were 130 staff of various projects, and 66 of these, their contracts were not renewed as shown in the table. I will jump that table. I know you're going through it. And move to 6.12, eligibility of the termination of the petitioner's contracts. The Employment Act under Section 2 defines the term termination from employment to mean the discharge of an employee from employment at the initiative of the employer for justifiable reasons other than misconduct, such as expiry of contract, attainment of retirement age, and so on. An employee has the right to renew or terminate, an employer has the right to renew or terminate a contract of employment as the court stated in the case of Hilda Musinguzi versus Stanbic Bank Uganda Limited. The starting point is that normally an employer cannot be forced to keep an employee against his will, and Section 65 subsection 1A provides that termination shall be deemed where the contract of service is ended by the employer with the notice. The Employment Act in Section 65 further provides that termination shall be deemed to take place where the contract of service, being a contract for a fixed term of task, ends with the expiry of the specified term or the completion of the specified task and is not renewed within a period of 1 week from the date of expiry on the same terms, on terms not less than favorable to the employee. The employer is under no obligation to provide reasons for the non-renewal of the contract as explained in the Court of Appeals decision in the case of Bank of Uganda versus Joseph Kibuka, that termination of an employee could be done by notice or payment in lieu of notice, and therefore without need for the employer to give reasons for the termination. The committee notes that whereas it is unfortunate that the petitioners lost their employment, there is no evidence, no evident breach of contractual or statutory obligation in the termination process, as 1 month's notice of termination was given to those whose contracts were terminated as required by their employment contract under the Employment Act. The committee observations included: 1, that the completion or their near completion of projects from which the petitioner's remuneration was being drawn created a financial gap, and thus this lack of funds for the continued payment of the contractual remuneration for the staff resulted into the non-renewal of the petitioner's contract. 2, the committee further observed that lack of clarity on the source of funding for remuneration for particular staff created room for discontentment as to the criteria used not to renew contracts of some staff and not others, especially those who were working on unfinished projects. The committee observed that the irregularity in remuneration where staff from one project were being remunerated from another project and vice versa was a big mistake. The committee therefore, Right Honorable, recommends as follows. One, considers transitioning staff from completed to new projects as opposed to wholly recruiting new staff to save time and money on recruitment and training. Includes provisions in its planning for the post-completion phases, anticipating staff needs and budgetary requirements beyond project completion to facilitate a smooth transition. 3, should ensure transparency in staff recruitment, job assignments, and payment alignment to avoid suspicion among staff. 4, should provide career transition support, which may include counseling, job placement assistance, and access to training programs to enhance the employability of staff whose contracts are not renewed. Colleagues, now we have recruitment for vacant positions, but I thought I would go straight to the observations there too. The committee observed that delays in filling vacant positions can impact operation efficiency, team dynamics, and overall organizational effectiveness. The committee also observed that the use of an external consultant, KPMG, to externally recruit, even for lower ranking officers, poses a risk to the motivation of existing qualified staff and also raises questions considering the context of staff layouts due to funding gaps when the company has a human resource department for which KPMG would have recruited, and it would subsequently recruit the lower officers to save company resources. The committee also observed that the practice of using external recruitment agencies is very costly to public agencies. There is no value for money, especially when the recruiting company has a human resource department. So to that, Right Honorable, the committee recommended as follows. The committee recommends that UETCL should consider promoting existing staff before externally advertising vacancies if the staff have the requisite technical competence, and this will enable staff to grow in the organizational structure to boost staff work, ethics, and morale. The committee also recommends that UETCL should prioritize building and strengthening its internal human resource capacity by hiring competent personnel, including a head of human resource, and investing in training and development to enhance the department's effectiveness. 3, the committee further recommends that UETCL expedites the review of the human resource manual to guide future recruitment and promotions.
Conclude, Honorable.
The next was staff movement and its recommendations. And in conclusion,
colleagues, these reports are product. We
Yes.
don't read from here.
In conclusion, Right Honorable, the committee notes that though it is unfortunate that staff lost their employment, no procedural breach was attributed to UETCL, and thus recommends that UETCL should hasten the process to clear all outstanding entitlements to the aggrieved staff and considers re-employing them in any new projects that it may take up. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chairman. Let the full reports be considered on the Hansard full report. Now, honorable colleagues, I'm going to open up a bit, but I'll first call the ministers to give a few clarifications. But there is a fear, a general fear I'm having. Parliament being reduced to a court, handle issues of termination, issues of handle issues, really. I think we are taking more than we should be That's no. Courts are available if you're terminated, because usually people who come here instead of going to court are people who know that they have weak cases. Most of the times, I can tell you. Then they want us now to bring in the politics and general recommendation. When you have a genuine case, it in a minute, court reinstates you in a minute. And all these employees know. All of them know, most of them in government. Someone tells you, I'm a civil servant, you can never touch me. They know their rights. They have the unions, industrial court, and everywhere. So to me, I look at the time we have, and also Parliament entering so much into the space of another arm, showing it, do it this way, do it this way. It's just a point of concern. I'm not saying we shouldn't entertain petitions, but it's a point of concern for me. So, Honorable Minister for Energy.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would want to take on from where you ended. First of all, there are standing orders, how these people are recruited into service. You either taken on permanent basis, a contract, or a consultant, and we actually follow that. Now, in the case of the rare staff, those who qualified to provide service, who had the degrees that were required, 87% were absorbed. Those who were not absorbed didn't have the required qualifications, or they didn't have the time, the age to continue holding the positions. So that's only about 13% who were not absorbed into the new jobs in the Department of Rural Electrification in the ministry. I would wish to thank the guidance of the Public Service Ministry and also the guidance of the Public Service Commission in the recruitment. We didn't do it single-handedly. It was through right procedures. So I thank the committee for that report. Number two, the committee was very clear at the time we were interacting with them. We're processing the payment of terminal benefits of the staff. Now I'm glad to report here, all the staff who were not absorbed have been paid their gratuity, accrued leave, and baggage allowances to enable them to go back. Here, the handshake is not statutory. There is no provision in the laws of government for a handshake. So that one I will be. Yes. So we actually do it according to the provisions of the law. And thirdly, let's not disturb the staff. The staff that we took have settled to their jobs. And those ones who did not qualify, they can go back to public service and they respond to the adverts and they go through the recruitment exercise. Now, the second paper was on UETCL. UETCL, the report is excellent. It is actually saying that we should do things in order, in an orderly manner, and we shall abide by the recommendations. However, I would hasten to again clarify the UETCL staff who were terminated, all their outstanding terminal benefits have been paid. At the time of the report, we're in the process, but I'm happy to report we no longer owe any one of them any money. But for UETCL, many of them actually had qualifications. But because the projects were coming to an end, we didn't have any more money.
because they are also on contracts. Their contracts had come to an end, or the project that we had come to an end and we didn't have any positions. However, those ones, we encourage them to actually look for opportunities within the ministry. They are all energy officials. They are engineers. We encourage them to go into new projects, and we are establishing a database for our engineers, and we encourage them to look for positions within the ministry. So this is the clarification I wished to make.
Thank you.
Thank
Honourable-
you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Any further addition from government side? No. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So I'm sketching, seeing the ones who were here first. Yes. I start with the ones who came early. Yeah. So our Honorable Betty Ngora, Dr. Rifa, Honorable Mushemeza. Martin has already spoken. Honorable Muuma. Honorable Kayemba has been in and out. I don't know what is operating in the corridors. So he will wait a little. And he decided to take assignments of the rope instead of the speaker, which is the cardinal one who has to be here. And Chivoga. Yes, I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. But those ones who have spoken, I'm not sure I will pick you again. If you know you had already submitted since we started today. Please, let's shoot. Honorable Betty Ngora.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a few issues to put across. One is I wanted to find out or to hear when these petitions were presented to the Speaker here in Parliament, because we want to know how we do our work. On the T, petition was presented to the Speaker almost like 1 year ago, May 2023. And today we are in April 2024, 1 year. And when people run to Parliament, it's really very critical. They want to get answers or responses as fast as possible. But 1 year, Right Honorable Speaker. So I wanted to also get when these two petitions were submitted.
No, on that one, I can help you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Yes, there is a lot we are trying to improve, okay? There is a lot we are trying to improve. There are other reports which are also going to come that have delayed. We are trying to sweep through, ensure that all of them come in as we improve systems on our side. So that was a weakness on our side, delayed processing and not following the rules to the letter. But we are improving on it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The second one is from the chair, that after Parliament adopting this report, it will take about 3 months for staff who are not paid to be paid. So I'm requesting or saying that, Chair, please, after that 3 months, that's about August this year, please come and give us an update on the same. Lastly, Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, they are busy laying off or terminating staff, yet we need them. For us who come from Northern region, we are anxiously waiting for commissioning of Karuma Power Dam, which has taken quite a bit of time. So can I hear when Karuma Power Dam will be commissioned so that we avoid power outages in our areas? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Also for further clarification, the action taken report will be brought by the minister as per Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure. And luckily enough, the minister has said they've already sorted most of these issues. from what he's saying.
Right Honorable Speaker, as the Minister has said, the issue to do with payments was one of our strong recommendations that government should meet its obligation in line with that. But as you've heard from the Minister, and even some we have met here and there, it has been overtaken by events in some extent. Otherwise, we shall wait for the full action report in the next
Yeah,
few months.
the minister, if he has already taken action, he will submit on the floor. He will bring here evidence that indeed it was done, not just a verbal statement. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm glad that the government has been able to recruit to dissolve at least 81% of the staff that were there previously. And I'm glad that to hear that the Honorable Minister and the committee have been able to resolve at least 90% of the issues. However, I would like to request government to recruit the remaining percentage in order to be able to speed up connectivity of power in West Nile sub-region. We need these people in West Nile, so please recruit them back so that they can be able to go back to Kabaka and West Nile and Arua City and be able to connect us to national grid. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Nyan, the procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm raising under Rule 204(1) of our Rules of Procedure, and I'm relating it to the first report that the Honorable Chair presented. Right Honorable Speaker, you observed that this report is signed by only 7 members out of 35, but our rules state that a committee report shall be signed and initialed by at least 1/3 of members of the committee, and the word is shall. In this case, 1/3 of 35 would at least be 12 members. So, Right Honorable Speaker, is that report admissible before the House? And can we go ahead to debate the same?
Yes, whenever we can, because the time we gave all these assignments, we had not yet recorded our decision on COVID. Yes, during COVID, because during COVID, we were allowing only 100 members maximum. So we had agreed that as long as we have, so we suspended those rules, okay? And we agreed on a certain period. Do you know the Minister of Health has not yet declared Uganda COVID-free? So we are still operating under COVID. I'm waiting. I wish the minister could do. Okay, please. Honorable Mshemeza. Let's focus on the content, of the report. But chairpersons, I won't answer for you next time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson and the committee for the reports and the update from the minister. You see, what prompted me to contribute on this motion is the good practice or the lessons we can pick from this petition and the reports. As you are all aware, rationalization is in the process. I could see a good practice. How do we deal with transition if you are phasing out a government entity? Giving opportunity to the existing workers to be absorbed and on the terms of public service. People have been used to good salaries. Those who cannot take up what the government offers, then they try their talents elsewhere. I think this is a very good practice. And those who have been phased out, they are paid in time. And also stick to the law. If the law does not allow a handshake, as the minister has said, people should not demand for a handshake which does not exist. I think this is a very good practice. And then lastly,
people with qualification and skills, they are given an opportunity at any time, like I had the minister saying, the opportunity is coming, they can always find for good positions. So these are very good practices which we should document so that as we go into rationalization in the near future, we take these good practices. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Chiboga. Oh, Milton Muma, then Chiboga.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Workers.
Right Honourable Speaker, the first issue has been well articulated by Honourable Mushemeza to do with the rationalization. Mr. Speaker, I think something I needed to add on this is that, like, since the process did start, I remember that bill was brought here and they did mention something to do with Uganda Electricity Company that will be taking care of most of these agencies being absorbed. I find us coming up with the recommendations that may end up
Honorable Rule 80 anticipation, please. Please.
That is, I leave it at that. The other one, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the ministry that at least they have managed to absorb 87% of the former staff, but they need to move an extra mile of helping us know, because during the rare days, we would say, if I have this challenge, this is the person I can reach out to. For example, now we have so many lines, so many projects that have stalled. Even mere commissioning already constructed line is taking decades. You say, friends, come on, there is a transformer already installed, but come getting an officer or an official to come and flag off or hand over this project to Umeme is taking a lot of time. And people are taking advantage of vandalizing these projects. Can we have the minister come up with the clear, defined officers who can?
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, during the time of REA, there was a lady called Flavia. I think she was called Flavia. Nearly every member of parliament had her number. You would go, when you reach at REA, at least she would open for you the computer, show you your map, the survey, what has been done, and we solved very many issues that way. Now, what members are saying, they need someone like that. Okay? If she's still there, you give her that assignment, she knew how to do it. But but Honourable Minister, and I think most of the complaints to do with REA have been on stakeholder management and that connection. You don't know where to go and who can help you quickly. And we don't want to be disturbing the minister. So what Honourable Milton has said, it would help solve very many issues if you can give us 1-2 focal persons whom we can always run to as members of parliament to present issues of our constituencies. Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we pray that all of us embrace the money in our budget to pay off the staff of REA. And I request that when that budget item comes in, people don't take it that it is Ministry of Energy taking the money. Why is it Ministry of Energy? But let's appreciate that rationalization started in the ministry. But Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of staff salaries, where staff are complaining about their remuneration and don't report anything about the work they were supposed to do, also demotivates members of parliament to work on their issues. It would also be important for our human resource departments within these companies to share with us their appraisal reports, because it should not be automatic that when you are dropped from this, you will be taken to this. Because some people are old, some people are not, their past performances do not really take them to some other places. So it would be good for the HR companies also to save money, to save for us money for example, advertising, but also appraising our staff and also sharing these appraisal reports for our staff to appreciate that much as I've been here, I have the qualifications, but based on the past experiences, you are not supposed to proceed somewhere. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also need to look at their contracts. When you look at most of the contracts, they have a statement that everything will be fulfilled provided money is available or funds are available. But many staff don't look at that provision and they want to take us for granted, you know, to look at what they want when the provisions in their contract. So we did not really look at the contracts well, but the provisions of what each was entitled to is within the contracts. And Right Honorable Speaker, like some other colleague has stated, a year has passed and a number of resolutions.
But Honorable colleague, you should have reminded me that you're a member of the committee and you can't debate your report. No, even if you are. Yes, as long as you said you sign the report, it's your report. So you gave your views as a minister and all that. It's not allowed as per our rules of procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair for the report and subsequently the response by the Honorable Minister of Energy. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a number of challenges. Uganda is one of the countries, the constituency of ILO, and as such, we need to conform to international minimum standards. Subsequently, our constitution under Article 29 calls for unionization. Article 40, unionization, collective bargaining, and the like. Right Honorable Speaker, we are receiving these petitions because of lack of appropriate engagement of affected parties. And as a country, we risk losing core staff, which have actually put in a lot of money to neighboring economies. When we don't actually conform to certain minimum standards, we shall lose out. And yet we have spent a lot of money on training these people. What perturbs me is the difference between rationalization and re-engineering. The rationalization or to re-engineer and widen the mandates of the people. I've scratched my head, read reports, I don't actually see how much we are saving vis-a-vis the rationalization. For example, this parliament here in 2008 passed a very core law, the Public Service Negotiating, Consultative, and Disciplinary Mercenary Act of 2008, wherein talks about rationalization, formation of consultative committees, so that staffs are engaged within their own cause and ensure that come up with resolutions. So when we do not do that, actually, the Right Honorable Speaker and members, we risk losing out very core people to nearby economies, and at the end of the day, we cannot actually catch up with countries like Asian tigers that have actually taken staff at their core. The staff is like a marriage. You may think this person you're married to is a waste, and at the end of the day, you'll find that the neighbor has taken her or him, and at the end of the day, you lose out. So I beg that the relevant ministries look into operationalization of the Constitution, international minimum standards, and that core law, the Disciplinary Mercenary Act of 2008. Things would actually be better. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Neighbor Solo. And I pick Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. This report has exposed the government's unreadiness in the rationalization process. Because if it was ready and had done proper due diligence before, we wouldn't have seen this, especially in the real sector. When you look at the electricity process, our projects, Right Honorable Speaker, actually we are hitting a crisis in this country. What we are used to do is no longer being seen anywhere. An example is in my constituency of Komansimbi, where we are lacking power. The jobs they were doing in the projects, what happened to those jobs or that work they were doing before? Because now they are employed and they are redundant. What happened to the work they were doing before, Honorable Minister? So, Right Honorable Speaker, the government should think before taking any decision, especially in the rationalization, to avoid such mistakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by saying that this report points to a bigger picture or challenge in the human resource development in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, for instance, observed that it was difficult for the employees themselves to differentiate whether they were company staff or project staff. Right Honorable Speaker, I find that disturbing because it may not have been with these particular employees that are bringing in the petition, because it points to the fact that the staff, because by the time you are appointed, an advert could have taken place, you applied, you are interviewed, and you are appointed. That means many of our young people are taking up jobs without knowing perhaps even their job descriptions, because it starts from you reading the appointment letter to know the terms and conditions under which you are employed. But Honorable Speaker, that aside, it also points to the fact that the human resource personnel are not doing their work, not doing enough in terms of induction, training, and mentorship. Because why would somebody work for a company or a project, but at the tail end, then you say you don't know? But it also could point to the fact that nepotism is indeed a reality in this country. Because if you were recruited through the normal processes, why wouldn't you know what you are being recruited for? Were they headhunted? Were they handpicked? That points to other problems that our people are facing in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the report also did indicate the fact that they were recommending that hiring a consultant to recruit is costly. Yes, I think we should not be duped in this country to start looking at costs always. To me, you'd rather hire a consultant to procure the right personnel with the right quality to take up a job, or else in the end, it might actually become more costly for the company or the country at large. Secondly, for the consultants, we are sure of independence and transparency in recruitment so that we stop these other petitions coming up of people being recruited wrongly or just picked because he is related to a board member or to the management. To me also, using consulting company is proper. It is in line with the government policy on privatization. We need to promote the consulting companies so that we use professionals that are knowledgeable in the different areas to recruit and deploy in different companies, in different departments.
Thank you. Tony, Ayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And Moses.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to get clarification from the Minister on two items on observation number 3 and 4 on page 9 and 10. Right Honorable Speaker, the observation of the committee, number 3, states that key positions such as the IT, ICT were eliminated in the approved job structure despite being critical in the performance of the rural electrification mandate, and the ministry is currently outsourcing officers to do this work by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development on a short-term contract. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I want the minister to come clear. You declare you don't need ICT specialists, and there's a person who has been laid off. But at the same time, you go ahead to start recruiting them on short-term contracts, and yet there were officers from REA whom they had the mandate to absorb them where positions were existing. So I would want to get clarification from the minister. Why do you take that line? And secondly, on observation 4, which the committee states that whereas some of the former REA staff were not absorbed for lack of positions in the ministry,
The ministry has since declared new positions and declared them to Public Service Commission to be filled through an external advert, open to all eligible Ugandans according with the public service provision on recruitment, contrary to the planned mitigation measures issued by the Ministry of Public Service, where affected staffs were supposed to be appointed across service in the vacant positions in the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this because we need to build confidence in the staff working for these agencies as we get into rationalization, so that we speak what we have talked about, what we have said, and we implement them as stated. Because now, when you get to implementation, you hide the jobs, you first lay these people off, you keep on recruiting people in beds on 3 months because you would want to replace them with your people. Then secondly, you don't declare positions, and later on when they are off, then you declare the same position for advert. I think.
Thank you, Honorable Gwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate also the report of the committee and also the response of the minister, which clearly shows that many of the persons were brought back and recruited into the ministry. However, if many have been brought back, what is the impact of the work? Because when REA was there, the results was different. Why is it that the results are not as good as when REA was there? Possibly, let me answer myself. One of the reasons I think was because resources were not available. Right, Honorable Speaker, we allocated under the budgeting process in the supplementary, about 54 billion was allocated to support the processes which will bring rural development. The last time I checked, about a week and a half ago, this money we allocated had not yet reached the ministry. It is a very serious issue. I want the minister to confirm whether they have received the money. If they have not received the money, let us stress why don't we have the money for energy, reaching energy? Because personally, in Doholo, my constituency where I'm suffering seriously, over five sub-counties do not have connection to power. And yet, our budgeting process was supposed to talk to that. Can we have that resolved where possible? Thank you.
Honorable Mwada.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues for the informative discussion and the committee for the report. But as you rightly mentioned, the Right Honorable Speaker, not all suffocated employees in this country may succeed in raising petitions to Parliament. Speaking as a lawyer, we have established under the Employment Act an industrial court. And now that the Attorney General is around, we need to be briefed. The last time I checked, the industrial court, out of the 5 would-be judges, has only 2. With that, I think 1 or 2 registrars, and it is positioned in one place in Tinda. The same industrial court must serve a country called Uganda with hundreds of districts. When you look at its enabling provisions or being supported by labor officers, most of the labor officers don't exist in some regions. And even for those regions where we have labor officers, their operational procedure and transaction is not regulated. They are very slow. Someone can lodge a complaint. It can take 5 to 10 years without receiving attention. Whereas the provisions of the industrial court require that majority of the petitions are referred by labor officers. Now, we must deal with the challenges of employees and employers in a broader way. And we need to be briefed by the Attorney General and government. What undertaking are they making to empower the operations of industrial court in line with the labor disputes. Because as we speak now, so many other employees are struggling with the petitions and complaints within labor offices across the country. The industrial court is positioned in Ntinda. How will someone in the Parisa, in Kotido, travel to the industrial court? Where is that empowerment to offer justice to these complainants? We need to interrogate this matter thoroughly, and Parliament must be briefed so that we have a conclusive solution on this matter. I thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One general comment. When REA was being rationalized, we were told that one, the employees will not suffer, they'll be absorbed in the ministry generally, and two, that the projects that REA was undertaking would not suffer. These projects were not planned for. They have stalled. The employees are complaining as we are discussing here. So maybe government needs to come clean on this rationalization of some of these entities. What was the plan exactly? Because we were told the purpose vehicle called REA was going to be abandoned, but the employees would be absorbed. The works especially would continue. Because as you hear colleagues complaining, even some of the projects that had begun deep in the villages have now stalled because this no longer does exist. So it's important that there be clarity. What's going to happen? What was the aim? But also, how do we address this remedy? Because the project should not stall. REA was abandoned, yes, but the staff, as had been promised, should be absorbed. But even more importantly, that the projects continue to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. There are a number of issues. I will make clarifications. Many of the things which we are discussing have actually been overtaken by events. We in this August House actually made decisions. We even amended the laws, and we are now implementing the laws. That's why some of you are asking about the NEC, the New Electricity Company. Many of them have been overtaken by events. As even the committee, the report was saying, there were many processes that were going on, and we have concluded those processes. Karuma Dam is actually scheduled for commissioning in August. In August this year, all the 6 units have been technically commissioned. What's remaining is they can operate and they can generate electricity. All the 6 units. They are operating at testing phase. They are being tested. So some of the power you are enjoying is actually from Karuma during testing. So take that statement, it is very true. Yes, you'll find 105 megawatts every day fed into the systems from Karuma. It's in the grid. West Nile Power. West Nile Power, we are now hopeful we're actually going to deliver bulk power to West Nile by May, because the 4 PAPs, these are the project affected persons, have actually signed the MOUs to enable us to go through their lands. So we are progressing well in delivering power to West Nile. Contact persons, we now have a Department of Rural Electrification headed by a commissioner. So that is an entry point. And Right Honorable Speaker, when you talk of Flavia, Flavia is still there. She's manning the computers, but now she has actually been raised a little. She's no longer that cadre.
She's no longer accessible.
She is now a senior officer, but there are officials who are now in former Flavia's position, and they are available. But the commissioners, the commissioner is now the entry point to rural electrification. His name is Atwine Abdul, and we have shown Atwine to the Committee of Natural Resources. and they have even his contact numbers. So there's a very clear entry point. Appraisals were some of those things which we used actually to absorb the rare staff into the department. All the appraisals were reviewed. Those ones who made the terms and they were good performers were taken. Those ones who were poor performers are some of those who fell on the wayside. And then I need to point out here, those ones whom we did not absorb were not actually core staff for delivering electricity. Many of them were common cadre. Procurement is posted to us by Ministry of what? Ministry of Finance. The accountants are posted to us by Ministry of Finance. So we already had the accountants. It would be duplication to bring an accountant to a program of government, which is a department, when we already have the accountants. They were common cadre staff. That's why we said, yes, they can get opportunities. However, some of them could have been taken. We could take them on projects. Biakatonda, the issue of trade unions, that one I cannot address. On Kasolo, taking decisions without thinking, this one was thought by cabinet. So it is actually wrong to say it was not thought. It was a decision of cabinet. Do we say that cabinet takes decisions without thinking?
I
Yes.
think, Honorable colleague, sometimes. Yes.
Now,
Honorable Minister.
I'm going to clarify.
Honorable Minister, please. The member is complaining about his name. You're calling him Kasoro when he's Soro.
It's honorable,
So-
honorable.
Honorable Soro.
Honorable Soro.
I think because of how he submitted, you related the submission to the name.
I wish to apologize, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, I actually define this is solo. Thank you. Tony Ayo, I need to clarify on IT recruitment. The IT person who was actually, the person who was taken was actually from RARE, and he had a rare qualification and talent. He was to manage an IT program in the Uganda Electricity Distribution Company. So that one, we could not let him go because of the rare talent he had. So we retained him on contract, short-term contract. But as we talk now, he has actually got better placement elsewhere. So that's how that one came to be. And then declaring open recruitment on positions. Jobs are being created day and night. There were new jobs that came, and the specifications were meeting the people who were laid off. And I actually submitted here that we encouraged them to apply when positions were created. So we didn't stop them from getting the jobs. Honorable Gwal, thank you very much for coming out clearly. The rare staff are now in the ministry. They are for rural electrification department, but we have not provided the money to enable them work. You recall when we were passing the budget for this financial year, 100 billion was taken, was lost. Then through your kind consideration, you provided 50 billion for out of the money, the 100 billion. And that one has not been released as we talk. But we have gone ahead using our staff to prepare contracts. Contracts have been signed for some of the activities that money was meant to do. We are waiting for the release of the money to enable the staff to go to the field to finish some of the projects that you see. There isn't money. Once we get the money released, the contracts are already signed and we are ready to move. I think that's what I can say for now. Yes.
No, Honourable Minister, I don't have enough time for you.
Thank you.
To start sharing with colleagues. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my learned friend for the question. One, the industrial court is fully constituted with a chief judge and the judge and all the officers as required by section 10 is fully constituted. Labor officers are across the country, and these include the Commissioner for Labor, an assistant labor officer, and even a district labor officer. But you have mentioned that some places don't have labor officers. I'm going to take it up with the Ministry of Gender and ensure that that is done. So the labor officers do exist at this time. Also, there are other remedies available. We have now a chief magistrate at every district. We have a magistrate G1 at every constituency. So it's the resources that stop us from having all these places completed, but I think we are doing quite well. So I think we have sufficient manpower on the ground to address the labor issues as they arise. I thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General. Honourable members, I now put a question at the report of the Sector Committee on Natural Resources on the petition against the alleged irregular recruitment stroke mainstreaming process of staff of former rural electrification agents into Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and Rural Electrification Department by Public Service Commission and Ministry of Energy be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister, most of the issues they said they've already been sorted. So let us have an action report. We think in 1 month. No, let's do it in 2 months after the budgeting process. Okay? Because I don't want it to affect your preparation for the budget. Honourable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on a petition of former employees of Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited be adopted. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary. The ayes have it. There were no issues to report back. They were just general in nature. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I want to also take this opportunity to thank the members, starting from the committee members and all of you for approving our reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chairpersons, if you have reports which you feel have been pending for long, please bring them to our attention because we've tried it comb. We want to get out all these reports, all that backlog. We clear them. They are cleared. Honorable Kabanda, you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is about, I'm just seeking a clarification from you and the leadership of this parliament. Recently, we saw an activity organized by some people in State House, and they called that activity an Oranya Memorial Lecture. To me, I thought this is an activity that is supposed to be organized by Parliament. A few members were invited and other people. I just wanted to seek clarification from you, Right Honorable Speaker. Did you, as the leadership of this institution, sanction that function, and where a speaker of another country was invited by not the leadership of this parliament to attend a function that was supposed to be organized by this institution, so that all of us, members of parliament, can remember our former speaker? That's the clarification I wanted to seek from you, sir.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we take pride in seeing our leaders, whether current, whether former, being appreciated and celebrated by anyone who would want to make the arrangements. We really feel proud. It means the public out there really appreciates the contribution of our leaders. What I can make clear is that this was not a function, an official function organized by Parliament, but it was an effort by some members of the public to appreciate one of our leaders for his outstanding contribution. Parliament as an institution, we have been discussing at the top leadership level on what structure we can put in place for recognizing our former leaders. Because not only the Right Honorable Jacob Boranya was the Speaker of Parliament, we have others. We have Mr. Rugumayo, we have His Excellency Yoweri Museveni. We have been discussing on how best, but this one is moved faster than us because theirs had no institutional infringements and processes. So they moved quicker than us and did what they did. I understand they had invited the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, who sent the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, of National Assembly of Ethiopia, and was welcomed by the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament as a colleague visiting the country. So really, we wouldn't want to go so much into that, but to clearly say this was not Parliament organizing. But we appreciate when our leaders outside are recognized by other institutions or other forces beside Parliament. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.